We're live.
All right. You want to put out a link on Twitter that we're up and running?
Yep.
All right. We'll get going in a couple.
Tweeting out the link.
Yep.
We are live for weather delay.
I mean, I'll tell you what. Dan Arestia just made a fantastic point. 78 and sunny in South Bend today.
Wow.
Meanwhile, we've got a game in Ithaca under a weather delay. This is just. I wouldn't be shocked if Donna had the 10-day forecast and she knew that this was coming.
Yeah, Donna. We were robbed of Notre Dame not getting into the tournament. I'm still not over it.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's just get things started. You know, we're in a weather delay, so who knows how long this is going to take. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, lax rats alike, welcome to the first ever Crease Dive NCAA men's lacrosse tournament, a live stream. We've got Ohio State and Cornell supposed to be going off in about 4 minutes here at 2:30, but the game is currently under a weather delay. It looks like some scattered T-storms in Ithaca. So that bitch Donna just called up Mother Nature.
She definitely
has the button to control the weather up there. She said, "Listen, I didn't ruin this tournament enough for lacrosse fans everywhere. I'm going to make them sweat even longer on a Sunday to get this second game going." But yeah, I mean, we just finished up Maryland just laying an absolute shit kicking on Vermont. So the Catamounts, thanks for coming out. Really great second half of the season. You guys, you guys turned it on in the second half. That's all you can really ask for. But then you just got annihilated. Yeah, I mean, you got annihilated by Maryland, as did pretty much everyone who faced Maryland this year.
They didn't have a prayer.
No, I mean, it was 2-1 at one point. Like, people forget
it was 0-0 too.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a screenshot of that game when it was 2-1, like a few minutes into the first quarter too. It wasn't like it was like right off the bat. Like they hung with Maryland for about 5 minutes, and then Maryland was like, "Oh yeah, we're the best lacrosse team ever assembled."
And do you know what I saw as a rumor on Twitter about Donna Woodruff?
No, I have not heard any Donna
supposedly, she's eyeing down an Ivy job.
No.
Yes.
Where wasn't she like Loyola? Isn't that what her like?
Yeah, but she went to Penn.
Okay, but she went to Penn. But like when they were showing her on the selection committee, like there was like something about her like with Loyola.
Yeah, she works for Loyola.
I mean, the fix has been in for multiple years at this point.
Yeah, and the Ivy got lucky. The Ivies got lucky that they didn't like get swept or go like below 500.
I mean, it was close. Penn with the just real quick for everyone who's watching right now. I don't know how many people we have going on right now, but we've got some great guests along the way. I'm sure that you guys have seen the graphic, but we've got Brett Dobson coming up at some point here, goalie from St. Bonnie's, also just got drafted to the Archers. We'll have guys like Marcus Holman and Justin Gutterding. We've got a return of Shido at some point throughout this live stream. So we've got plenty of great guests coming along the way for these 2:30 and 5 o'clock games whenever they get started. Again, fucking Donna with the weather. But yeah, I mean, while we're in the weather delay, like let's just talk about those games yesterday. We don't really have to talk much about Maryland shit pumping Vermont because that was just a total outclassing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, those games like that Penn Richmond game was incredible. The Penn Richmond and the Yale St. Joe's games, like that was prime time NCAA tournament lacrosse.
Yeah, that Richmond game was sweet. I thought that I was going to nail that one. Richmond to the Final Four. I thought I had it. They looked the part.
I mean, I still like your prediction. Whoever wins that game to the Final Four. Like I
think I said that for both the games. I think I said St. Joe's Yale winner goes to the Final Four, and Penn Richmond winner goes to the Final Four.
Yeah, I mean Richmond giving Penn everything that they could handle. Right now, if you're trying to watch this Ohio State Cornell game, like you're watching a replay of that St. Joe's Yale game, I mean, Levi Anderson, absolute stud
Beast.
at St. Joe's. Zach Cole, absolute stud at St. Joe's until that fourth quarter. Yeah, I mean those games were awesome. There was a while in that St. Joe's game that I was like, holy shit, like the Hawks are actually going to do it, but it didn't like when the fourth quarter rolled around, I was like, this is a nice story, but there's just no chance that it's happening. So I don't know, like tight game, but like once the fourth quarter rolled around, I was like,
Even
all right,
the
like
third.
this is
Even
but
the
I was
third
like,
quarter. You like when the Yale went on that run?
yeah,
Yeah, where it seemed like, oh, St. Joe's doesn't have a pro. I mean, shout out to intern Colin over at the post game. He had a game and a half.
couple big goals out of him.
Yeah,
I mean,
those-
people are going to learn. You got to slide to Colin.
Yeah. Well, I knew. I didn't realize Dan's tweet. Dan was like, I didn't realize that he was actually like not bad. I just expected him to be awful.
Well, I
He's
mean,
like-
you look at like people who do
Yeah.
content, right? So it's
Yeah. But again, people forget that I had 4 saves.
people, yeah.
People forget that Will Perry hit 2 pipes on me.
But I mean, I'm a failed D3 bench warmer. You played club. I mean, like Acello, you can't take away the fact that he was a pro lacrosse player. Like that's like set, and he played D1 at Notre Dame. But like at the end of the day, it's not like he's like known for being a lacrosse player. Like he's, you know what I'm saying? I don't.
I don't know what you're saying.
Like no one's like, damn, like Acello's got like a crazy amount of skill.
Oh yeah. Like a basketball player versus a hooper.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like Kevin
exactly.
Durant. Yeah, I get that.
You know, and then like Evan had like an insane career at Syracuse, but he's also not like still playing. So like
Yeah,
when
he's
Dan
not
was
like
like,
Adam Gittleman, I got that.
yeah, when Dan was like, I just hand up, I just assumed that Colin wasn't any good. It's like those are the guys who gravitate towards doing content about lacrosse, as opposed to the guys who are like filling up the stat sheets and they're like, yeah, I actually can't go on a podcast right now and fuck around on Twitter because I'm like trying to actually do really good here.
He was back on Twitter.
Yeah.
He was back on Twitter almost right after the game. Like right after the game. He didn't skip a beat. He's like, it's off season, baby.
Pretty sure like mid handshake line, he broke out his phone and fired off a few tweets.
He was like that Notre Dame backup goalie that had the phone out on the sideline.
Ty Sanders did him
Do you
dirty.
think Colin after like his second goal was kind of like, oh shit, yeah, like Twitter's probably popping off right now. Lax Twitter's losing their minds.
Yeah, anyone who spends that amount of time online, definitely thinks about
I agree.
like life scenarios as okay, how's this going to translate online?
We got Brett Dobson, and should we add him to the stream?
Yeah, let's bring on St. Bonnie's former St. Bonnie's goalie and now member of Archers LC, Brett Dobson.
What up, fellas? How we doing?
Good. How are you doing?
What's going on, brother?
Not much. You doing good? Just picked up my diploma today. Graduation from St. Bonaventure, so I'm excited. Happy to be here and park my ass on the couch for the rest of the day and just watch the cross, man.
Attaboy, college grad.
Yeah.
Would you do that? It looks like you. No, all right. Maybe you're a little bit more cleaned up than it looks like on the screen. Looks like you maybe like rolled out of bed a little bit.
No. I'll be honest with you. It was. I had a big gown on. It was a little hot in the gym, so I might have been sweating a bit in there and taking the pictures outside. All black gown does not usually do justice for you. So, and that, the cap also might not have done good stuff to my hair. So we'll roll with it though. I gotta be better with it.
That's funny as shit. What did you graduate with?
I graduated with a degree in sports studies and personal and team coaching.
Sweet.
I mean, I figure we've got some time to kill here since we're in a weather delay, so we might as well get ahead of this right now. You're an Oshawa guy, so does that make you a Leafs fan?
No, so I'll be honest with you. So my old man's from Quebec, like he grew up there, he lived there. So I'm a big Montreal Canadiens fan. So I was happy to see the Leafs lose last night. I won't lie. But everything else, like I'm pretty sold on, like because I'm a big Jays fan, but I just can't. I don't like the Leafs. I don't really like their fan base as well. Like I think that like when you, like I think they thought the series was over when they won Game 1, and it's just like no, like it's a long series. The job's not finished. You got to take every little game and regroup after each one. So I will respect the passion of other fans, but I also think it bites them in the ass. So yeah, definitely not a Leafs fan.
Yeah, I'm not a hockey guy, but I don't know why I don't like the Leafs. Are they just known for choking?
I mean, yeah, like all the Leafs fans are trying to say they're kind of cursed, and they blew a 3-1 lead to the Canadiens last year, the first round of the playoffs. And they're going to the Stanley Cup. So, hey, I mean, maybe they might be, but I think eventually the curse is going to break. But it lives to see another year.
Dude, I don't know about that. Like, I think when it happens so many times in a row, like there. So I've always said this. I've always said that Canada in general is cursed. So your Montreal Canadiens, they won the cup in '93, right? So that's like June of '93. The following year in so I want to say that he's a March birthday. I want to say he was born in March. So March of '94. Guess who was born?
Lacrosse player?
No, Justin Bieber. So Bieber's born.
Okay.
And then the Vancouver Canucks, they're playing against the Rangers in the Stanley Cup final that year. They lose. So ever since, so that was the first playoff since Bieber was born. So the last playoffs before he was born, the Habs win the cup. The very next playoffs after he's born, Vancouver loses in the final, and a Canadian team hasn't won since. So like that's the real curse that I think a lot of people, more people need to kind of realize. Obviously, the Leafs have their separate curse going on because they're just. But Dukes, yeah, like they're like. I mean, I think like Stephen A. Smith said it. Like they're the Cowboys of the Cowboys of Canada, or of the NHL. Like always have so much hype. Everyone's like, oh, this is the year it's gonna happen, and then every year just
It never happens.
dog shit in the playoffs.
Have you seen that TikTok about like they're going back to that? Like there has been a Canadian team that's won since Bettman's taken over as commissioner in the league as well. It's always been an American franchise since then. That's another conspiracy theory I've seen as well out there.
What, that America rocks?
No, that's not a conspiracy. But no, that's not like ever since he's taken over, like Canadian teams have lost they haven't won a cup or even been able to pull one out in 7-game series.
You guys got an NBA championship though.
Yeah, we did get lucky for that. I don't want to rub that one in too much, Jordy.
Yeah.
You being a
I've seen the clip about I don't know like 425,000 times so far. So. Not too worried about it. Looking at the screen right now, it looks like maybe the skies are opening a bit in Ithaca. Maybe we're getting closer to game time. Although I don't see anybody. I don't think I see anybody on the field right now.
What do you think? What do you think about? I saw a proposal by someone. I forget who said it. To push the season back 2 weeks.
What?
So like every school can lacrosse, NCAA lacrosse, push it back 2 weeks. So that everyone can get like nice weather games, get students out into the fields. I'm for it. I just don't know how it would do with Memorial Day weekend, but I'm in for it. Like College World Series.
You're for it because you're a Notre Dame fan and like they can't go anywhere for like the first 3 months of the season because no one wants to fly to South Bend in a blizzard. Like obviously you want to push it back a little bit. No, you can't because like.
No, yeah, you can.
It's got to be Memorial Day weekend for the Final Four because that's like the only time that lacrosse has like on its own to really like you think about how many people don't give a shit about lacrosse, but they're still going to watch on Memorial Day weekend. Like you can't take that away. And then if you push the season back and then just like condense everything to still get it done Memorial Day weekend, like that's a tough situation.
Have you seen what they're talking about on Twitter today about the draft too for the PLL? Like, so if you push it back 2 more weeks, it throws the draft off as well. Like in terms of like how they're like the draft should happen while the teams are still playing and all that kind of stuff. So I would be curious to see how that would roll out too, if you pushed it back 2 weeks.
I mean,
well, speaking of real quick, congratulations by the way, getting picked up by the Archers. I think that's really awesome moment for you. I do think. I don't know, as a Canadian coming in here and just taking a job away from a good, hardworking American, a little sketchy, but that's fine.
It's all right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was actually really excited when it kind of happened. And, the emotions might have got a little best of me when I was kind of going through the whole celebration with the team and all that kind of stuff. But, no, I'm excited for it, man. And they got a good group of Canadian D guys down there and even, great offense. And, looking forward to it. And even watching Justin. Justin, obviously, the face-off guy right now for Ohio State, but seeing him kind of face off would be – pretty good. I think he's legit, man. I think a lot of people don't give him the respect he kind of deserves, and I don't know if that's because he goes to, obviously Ohio State's a bigger program, but I think that like he's not in the ACC, right? Like he went 50% against I think it was Baptiste Kelly, and there was one other one at the Fall Classic. He was the only face-off guy there, so I think he's capable of doing it. And obviously, Grantland speaks very highly of him as well.
Yeah, I think that he's going to be a beast. I think he's definitely the best specialist in this class, and I also think that his skills will translate well to the pro game and like the pro rules. So
I also think that the Archers desperately needed a face-off
face-off
guy, so
guy.
that's
that was the thing that I chirped him. I was going to chirp you saying, "Do you guys have a face-off guy?" But I forgot you got in Osseo.
We have that Hammer Jackson guy too, I believe. From I don't know if you followed him along in the NLL. He plays for the Vancouver Warriors. He's gritty. He's a Canadian guy too. He's scrappy. He had a pretty good year this year in the NLL as well.
I do like NLL guys, box guys, for the PLL. I don't know why. I think Withers' game translates really well.
Oh yeah, the whole rope unit's Team Canada's rope unit today on the Water Dogs, so it helps.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Do you play?
Cornell said 245.
All right, that's not terrible. Do you play goalie and box or?
Yeah. I see you're wearing the Desert Dogs shirt over there. I'm a big fan of that team. My junior A box coach is now their head coach and GM. So maybe I'll make my way out there. Who knows? But I play goalie and box. Yeah, I enjoy it a lot.
Do you play in the Ontario League?
Yeah, in junior A. Yeah. I mean, I'm aged out of junior now. Like last year was my last year, and you can't play box in the summer if you're playing the PLL stuff, right?
So you're buddies with Drake Porter, right?
Oh yeah.
Does he play box goalie?
I don't know if he has. Like, I think he played more field growing up than box, but I would be shocked if he didn't throw the pads on once to try it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I think he'd be pretty good at it if he put his mind to it. I think he could do it.
I don't get box goalie. Like, what is it? Just a positioning game?
Yes and no. It's about cutting down the angles as well as kind of just going up and like it's like hockey goalie kind of, but like not hockey goalie. But at the same time, it's like angles. It's weird, but like if you can just stop the ball, you'll be pretty good.
Yeah, that's usually the key.
Just stand there and just eat it, and then you'll be fine. Then move the ball quickly up the floor.
Yeah, but so what? It's you. You got Dylan Ward. How many other box goalies
that play field? Like they're I don't think there's many.
I think it's just you two because then I mean obviously there's Blaze, but he's not.
Yeah,
he's
he
not
plays
a box
player.
goal. Yeah.
Queener did the same thing as well back in the day. He played field goalie and played box player. I mean, Matt Vince did the old. He plays box goalie and was a long pole in field. So
really?
Yeah, dude, he was sick. Like he was like such a freak athlete. Like he is so shredded that like our clear at St. Bonaventure it's called the Vino Clear because when Coach Burns was at Canisius, they just give him the ball and he just run it over. That's how like he was, and how crazy it would be.
That's my favorite play that Penn runs, where they just give the ball to BJ Farrar and he just takes off and see you later.
He's so good.
Dude, he's a freak.
He's so fast, and he's a threat in transition too, and I love that.
So besides yourself, who would you say the best goalie in college lax was this year?
I mean, I think McElroy was pretty good. I thought he had a great year so far, and I mean, the stats don't lie. He was like top 2 in the save percentage, I believe, and top 3 in every other category except for maybe saves per game.
Liam Entenmann?
I mean, Entenmann was good too. I think that like it's tough because the ACC's got the one bid in there, but I do think that for him, like he is legit. He will take the Team USA this summer to the gold medal game with the U21 team in Ireland, and I'm looking forward to watching him play. I love it. He's massive, man. He takes up a lot of net too.
Yeah, I think besides you, I think you and him are my 2 favorite goalies to watch this year. I think that because I also think that if he played for Georgetown, the stats would be right there.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit different when you don't have to face like Shelley and O'Neill.
You know what the other thing is too? I think that it's like, and then I think that Georgetown's going to go on such a deep run. They're so deep at like every position. Like they have a sick face-off guy, sick defense. Their offense is unbelievable. Like Dylan Watson's one of the most underrated goal scorers in NCAA lacrosse. Like he just finds open space and just finds the back of the net. It's crazy.
Also, Georgetown got shelled by Virginia last year in the quarters, but Riley, the face-off guy, got hurt, I think, on the first face-off. So, they never really had a chance to win the possession game at all. So, yeah, this is definitely the year for Georgetown if they want to break through and make it to championship weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I think they can, again, they got to get through their couple games, but I think they're looking to go on a run. I think that I honestly want to see them in Maryland in the finals. I think it'd be a really good game and a matchup that we haven't seen at all.
You think so? I think, I think.
Real quick, just as as we're still waiting for this game to go up. So there was just a goal. I just saw, speaking of Dylan Ward, I just saw him tweet about it. In this BC Denver women's game, BC chick like shot the ball on the side of the net. Ball didn't go in, just went on the side of the net. Refs called it a goal. Ref picked it up off the side of the net, still a goal. Like didn't even like realize.
Like how can you do that as a referee? Like obviously there's a couple things you have to go through. You have to check and see if there's a hole in the net, right? You have to go through. If there's no hole in the net, and the ball's still sitting on the back of the net, and you saw that it's sitting on the back of that, you could easily say, "Hey, no, I made a mistake. This is no goal." You could roll off it, right? Like owning up to a mistake's like the biggest thing, and if you don't, it's gonna look way worse to shit like that, especially when
this ball's sitting on the. Someone tweeted. They gave
who tweeted it out.
So Dylan Ward like originally tweeted about it, and then someone came in the replies with it. The shit like the ball's just sitting on the side of the net, like not even close.
Oh, I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, same.
How do you like? That's ridiculous.
Well, so like at the same time, it's not like we've never seen we've never seen a non-goal get called a goal in the men's tournament. Virginia over Maryland.
Yeah, something shit like that happens all the time. I wish like you get like the technology more involved with it and have like the NLL. I think PLL has like the challenge flag. Like I wish you could have it in like conference championships or something like that, because like not everyone's gonna be able to have the luxury for in season, but like you may be able to challenge it because college basketball has it, right? They go to the monitor.
Yeah.
So like they don't challenge it once a game or something like that, or even something like that, just because like I know that there was a call in one of our games where it was like a guy was in the crease and you could see it, but like they called it a goal and then mayhem not even ensued after that against Manhattan.
So you went to Bonnie's, which is an A10 school for basketball and stuff. So I went to Dayton, so I know Bonnie's pretty well. St. Joe's, Richmond, all those schools.
UMass.
Yeah, UMass. A10's got to get lacrosse soon, right?
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the tweets. It's coming.
I think it is coming, and Dayton's ready to take over the league.
Oh, Dayton does not have a team yet.
No, but we're gonna make some noise year one. I'm gonna be a booster. I'm gonna get all the top recruits.
You gotta get the NIL deals going.
You have no idea. I already have an NIL incentive.
Good. That's what you need. But no, I think the A10 lacrosse is going to be like a really good conference to compete in. Like, honestly, theoretically speaking, there's more A10 lacrosse teams in this tournament this year than there was ACC.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the one bids, but you're totally right. I think that like I have a take that the A10 lacrosse would be better than the Big East lacrosse.
I would agree with you. I think it'd be on the same level as the Patriot League.
I don't want to get too cocky, but like I think the A10 could be a 3-bid league.
You don't have to. I definitely think you can do 2, but it just depends on the non-conference games and that schedule.
The non-conference schedules have to be good. Yeah, it's like St. Joe's, who I think is like obviously I think that a lot of people became fans of St. Joe's yesterday. You got Bonnie's. You guys broke through a little bit this year. You're one game away from making the tournament. Richmond's obviously studs.
UMass is always right there.
Exactly.
Is Bonnie? Are you guys staying in the MAC next year, or are you another one of those teams on the move?
I believe we're on the move, but it hasn't been officially announced.
A little breaking news here.
Yeah, I mean,
where are you going to move?
Have you seen the NEC stuff closing down and all those teams going to the MAC?
I don't know. There's just been so many moving, like all the like the Jacksonville, Utah. What is that?
ASUN.
Yeah, so the ASUN, everyone moving out of the SoCon to the ASUN.
I'm not sure if the SoCon's closing up. I know the NEC is too. So like the NEC is moving. Like I know LIU is going in the MAC. Mount St. Mary's is going in the MAC next year. There's like 2 other teams I think they're going. Like I think the MAC's like a 10-team league now. So that makes it way tougher for the play-in.
We'll have to bring Chris Yastrzemski back on the podcast soon. He's all over it. He's always all over it. I'll tell you what, Cornell, a bunch of lion sack of shits. Like it's 2:49 right now. Game's still not on.
Are they going back out there at 2:45 and like a 15-minute warm up again to like 3 possibly? Could that be it?
It could be, but they should fire the social media guy.
But yeah, don't tell us that. Like tell us, okay, like 2:55. Like I don't care if the boys are doing line drills at 2:45. Real quick. So are you guys both have this Yale St. Joe's game on right now?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not watching. I'm just going off what you guys said. But I watched it yesterday though.
Oh, well, no. So right now I'm trying to figure out because, so anyone watching and then obviously the three of us and anyone else who comes on later on the show, we're going to be dealing with like just seeing shit at different times. Like I'm pretty sure that I'm a good like 7 seconds ahead of Dukes on my stream.
That ain't no
And
problem.
I'd rather not pause to try to sync up with you because I'd rather have the edge. So I mean, Brett,
I have no problem with that.
yeah, I mean, I'll delay my reactions.
Yeah, just don't. If it's a sick goal, like be like, oh, that was a goal, and then I could like see it coming. It's like I don't care. If it's like the fourth quarter and it's like a 1 goal game, and if you spoil it for me, I will freak out.
Dude, how heartbreaking was that Richmond game yesterday? I was so sad for those
awful.
guys.
So apparently there were some people who were dealing with some big delays in that game because I had tweeted out the dead fish celly, and like so I think Acello might have been on a delay because he like I said something about like who my overtime picks were and he's like the game's not going to overtime and then he replied back in a second later he's like, oh wait, no, I must be delayed. And then who was it? Might have been like Upstream Lacrosse, like that Twitter account. When I when I tweeted out the dead fish celly, they were like, oh well, that's awesome. Like I'm on a delay, I didn't see it.
That's too big of a delay though. Like the fact that you could go
Yeah.
clip it and then put it up, like that's a
Well,
5 minute delay.
or what could have happened there, and like I'll run into this issue every once in a while. Like when you're doing quote unquote like when you're in the content biz and something sweet happens on the in the game and you go to rewind so that you can film the clip of it, but then you forget to go live afterwards. So it's like you delayed yourself. Like,
Oh, it's starting.
yeah, here we go.
Let's go.
Got Kark on the call too, so it's gonna be a good one.
That'll be a real good call. I think Jules is starting to make his way into the call. He's doing really good on the play-by-play.
Yeah,
I was saying it before we got going. I think that Jules has done a great job so far this weekend.
He did a sick job on the MAC championship game too. He just gives such a good insight. I didn't get a chance to say it on the post game podcast, but I think Osella actually does a really good job too in the NLL of what he does. Like he's one of those guys that kind of gets it, and like he's in with the players, so like it makes it that much more enjoyable to listen to.
Yeah, I mean Nick does a really good job of acting like a total fucking idiot on Twitter, but like push comes to shove, like he's so on.
So
Oh yeah, it's unbelievable.
All right, so hold on, Brett. Do you have the game going right now?
I'm trying to get it up here. I don't necessarily.
I see
I'm
it.
going to have to log in on here for my.
Do you have to try to find like an illegal Canadian stream?
Probably, or just get someone's login for the ESPN app.
Yeah.
We don't have that back home. So I'll see what I can do.
Who do you think is gonna win?
I don't even know. Like I can't even like give a take. 'Cause I don't want any.
We need a take. We need a take.
I'm gonna go with. Wait, hang on. Did they play each other in the regular season or no?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think it was like back in like March, but still.
Ohio State won that one.
Nah, Cornell was 14-11.
Right. What am I talking about? I'm being a goof. I was thinking Rutgers, Harvard. I think Cornell will pull it out. I think, but it'll be like a 1-goal game or an overtime game.
I mean, Justin and Nacio are going to be showing up to Archer's camp and just being like, "Going to hate you already."
It's all right. I mean, you told me to pick a side. I got boys on both sides. I'm in awe of how well that Cornell team's done this year post Clark Peterson, Jeff Teed era. Like I think it's crazy to think about. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
Make sure I get this game up.
Yeah, well, your boy Ignacio just won the opening draw, so
Good. Archer's bump, eh?
Jordy, who do you have in this one again?
I've got Cornell, but I think that it's another one too where it's like it's not like Cornell was playing like great at the end of the season.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. I picked Cornell, but not shocked. Obviously, like
Also, I've got a boy who's an assistant coach at Ohio State, so I don't want to like say that they're gonna get shit pumped. Not that I don't think he like listens to this anyway, so he's a pretty bad friend in that regard.
Yeah, what do you guys think about Miles Jones? Like as like the commentator. We could
I,
fire honest takes. I don't think he's good.
yeah, I'm not like crazy about it.
Yeah.
I think that like I don't know, like it's hard. Like I don't know like how I would do in that situation. Like I feel like I'd probably like try to overdo it a little bit too, but I feel like he like kind of like Jules is good just because like I feel like his like just his standard way of operating talking about lacrosse is like as a coach like a coach's son type of thing. So like that's just like what he goes with while he's doing the game. So it's like he'll like say like all the right shit. Like some of it ends up being like straight out of like a coaching textbook, like the stuff that he'll say, but also like it's not like he's like trying too hard to be that way. Like I don't know.
He comes off naturally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't really heard many games with Miles on the call, so like I don't know, like because I feel like Jules has a lot more experience with that now because he's done it a bit more, so he's probably more comfortable. But I don't know. It's tough to get into it too because like if you're not good at it, it's hard to keep going if you don't like you're not getting another chance, right?
Yeah. Who do you think is the best shooter that you faced in college?
In college, trying to think of the team. I mean, we first year we played. I mean, I'm trying to think of like dating back teams. Like we played Denver, and they kind of diced us up pretty good. So like they had like Jack Hanna when he was there. I'm trying to think like who pure shooter, pure goal scorer. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, like, do you play against like not obviously not in college, but like do you play against like just growing up playing junior box? So
yeah,
like
I let him shoot on me before. If we're going back to that, like I think Andrew Q's a guy who's kind of got my number pretty good from PLL. He's got like the T-Rex dinosaur when he shoots, and it comes out quick and deceptive. So like he would dice me up pretty good with that, and I thought he's kind of always torched me when he shoots on me because it's like a weird release. I'm not used to seeing, but. It's tough to tell in college. I think a lot of guys have had good days shooting on me when they played against me.
I can't believe did Piatelli get picked up by a team?
Not that I've seen yet. He's underrated though. He's very good.
Oh, he didn't.
I saw like I saw a bunch of people did get picked up, but like
It hasn't been announced by the league yet.
Yeah.
That's like it's interesting.
What game did he go? What was it? The Syracuse game? He had like I think he had like 7 goals on like 9 shots.
it was that game where we said if he just stopped, I think it was like at one point he was 7 of 9 and then missed like 5.
Yeah,
like, to try to like force overtime or something. Like it was just bullshit shots, but he was shooting like 80%. It was gross.
Yeah, he did that to us against when we played them. St. Bonaventure played Cornell my freshman year. He had like 5 or 6 just turn the corner up the hash shots. First 5 minutes of the game, torched us.
It's kind of like I feel like Pedersen was a little underrated coming out of college. Like when he got picked up when it was like 2 rounds of the PLL draft, I feel like people were a little bit surprised. But
He was top 5, eh? He was the number 5 overall pick that year. People forget.
Yeah, people were like shocked.
I mean, he's a good player. I'm glad he's back with the Redwoods. He didn't really get a good opportunity last year with the Cannons.
Yeah, but like that, like it's just one of those situations where like if you're playing with Jeff Teat, like not enough people are going to talk about Clark Pedersen.
I hear you. I think that but it's tough because like every time growing up too, like anytime you say Jeff Teat, it's Clark Peterson's associated with him, or anytime you see Clark Peterson, it's Jeff Teat's associated with him, right? So I think it's tough for either one of those guys to kind of share the spotlight if it's only gonna be one guy. And I think that they usually lean more towards Teeter, and Teeter's obviously done what he's done. And I think it's funny because he's like the nicest but most quiet guy in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like everyone talks about him like he's a god, and he's very, very good at lacrosse. And I agree with that take. That like he's so good, man. He makes everybody around him so much better.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him and Chris Gray work off each other. I want to see what type of offense they run. Like if it's
I don't know,
quarterback.
We'll be trying to figure out how to stop that offense, eh?
Yeah. I would suggest saving the ball as much as you can.
Yeah,
that's my take.
Save it and clear it.
Yeah.
I just saw something in the chat talking about which I mean I have nothing to base this off of, so I'm just going to take the person's word for it that Brett Dobson was the best goalie that they've ever seen playing in a Sixes event. So did you like how much have you played Sixes so far? Was it just one event, or have you done it a few times at this point?
I've done it twice. So I did it the first fall classic that was in 2019 before COVID hit, and I thought it was kind of fun. And then the second one we did it against it was like the second weekend after the fall classic this year, which was kind of cool. It was kind of like a tryout for like the Birmingham games this summer. So it was fun. I mean, it's hard. Like, you get hot, you're hot, right? But if you have a tough time, saving the ball, it could be a long day in the office. But hopefully the offense can score.
Was it how was the style of play? Was it just ridiculously fast? And
Yes.
like, how would you set up your team? Like a bunch of 2A middies, defenders. Like, how would you? Because I looked at the USA roster and we were like a little confused if they just decided to go younger because sixes are in the future, or like what they're really like looking at. Oh, that was a filthy shot.
For me, like the way I look at it, if I were to build a team like that, there's a couple guys you want to absolutely build it around. They're still kind of in their prime. I think one of those guys is, Zach Courier. Like, he's such a good two-way guy, like offense, defense, lefty. He could take face-offs if you need, because like face-offs aren't really that important.
Yeah, that was gross.
But you know what I mean? Like, they're
Wait,
not that important. So like, if you could have a guy that can do it all, it'd be sick.
So did you guys see that yet? We got to figure out what this delay is, because Colby Smith, holy shit.
I think I'm ahead of you now.
Are you?
I don't have a login for it, so I can't see it yet. If someone wants to pass me a TV provider login, text it off to the side, and let me watch the game, that'd be great.
Ew. Just a good old Lancaster boy. Do you guys have any Central PA guys on Bonnie's roster?
Are you talking more like my guy Ben Garcia?
Well, no, Benji's he's a Delco. I mean, he's not originally from Delco, but he played some high school ball in Delco. I'm talking like, you're like, I mean, just we're talking like Amish.
Actually, like how central? Give me a couple towns.
So like Mannheim or like Allentown, Emmaus.
Amish country.
We might have one guy actually. One of our backup goalies was from there. I think he went to like Calverton. His name's Tyler Muir. I think he's from there. But I mean, we have one guy from State College too. Is that like Central PA kind of? Or no? Is that my?
I mean, it is. I actually haven't really heard of anyone from like State College being like good at lacrosse. So that's actually funny.
No, I mean,
there's one guy I feel like that was in my class that was like a top 10 recruit from State College. I don't know why. Like,
there's some good goalies that come out of that area, like Caton Johnson.
Yeah, he's really good. Yeah,
was from that area. There was another guy who a few years older. He played at Denver for a little bit. Then he transferred somewhere. But Alex Reddy.
Yes,
he's good. He's coaching at Lehigh now, I think.
Okay, yeah. So he's another.
He was a lefty,
PA
right?
Goalie.
Was he the lefty for Denver?
Yes,
I believe. Yeah, lefty. I think he played in the PLL for a bit too.
What? Yeah, he did. What made you go to St. Bonaventure?
It was the only offer I ever had.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you come on the scene late, or did you really develop your game at Bonnie's?
No, so like I started to kind of figure it out my last year at the Hill when I was there, and like I obviously would play in the fall and have I have a kind of shitty fall because I would play box all summer, not really pick up the field stick, and then through the fall I'd work to get back out of the box, and then springtime I'd play well, but then I would never go to these recruiting events, so I just was kind of just like it is what it is, they'll come to me. So then I visited a couple of schools. I only visited like 3 schools and only got the one offer from St. Bonaventure, but I wanted to commit there before the season started, or before my senior year, because like you have to get all the requirements done for classes and stuff like that. So like I was like, okay, let's get this out of the way. I don't want to have to stress about having to take like an online class or just to get the credit to be able to go in there. And then it was another school that like I was originally supposed to be a phys ed teacher, and it was one of the places that had a phys ed degree that was transferable back home. So I kind of was just like, all right, let's do that. It would be kind of sick, and then building the program up and getting a chance to play it for 4 years is pretty cool. I think that's like had a large impact on my game and allowed me to understand what I need to do to work on and all that kind of fun stuff.
Dude, I always think like, I mean, going to like obviously Bonnie's, which isn't like a Duke or UNC, especially in like when you have those first couple of years starting up, you get so many shots. You see so many shots.
Peppered with shots, man. I mean, I liked it. It was fun, like, because I feel like too, it's the most comparable thing to like the pro game now of how quick it is. So like you're seeing a lot of rubber.
Is Jackson Reed? Is he also a box guy?
Yeah, he's sick. He's a Canadian kid. Him, Jason Knox, lefty, plays for them. There's another couple other box guys that play on Cornell as well. Jack Falls, the guy who can't open that guy from Yale at the end of the game. He's sick. He played on my high school team with me. he's unreal.
Yeah, Ohio State always gets those Canucks.
Yeah, they find a way. I know Coach Myers has something, in the water there or something. He finds a way to get really, really good ones and find the guys who might not be the most fleet of foot and out of shape and make them cut some weight down.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that there were guys before. Like, I mean, obviously, like you can go back to like the Gates and everything like that. But I feel like I feel like when like Logan Schuss was at Ohio State, like that's when that's what like started like this cascade of just Canadians coming over to play college lacrosse. Like, I mean, again, like obviously, like Syracuse, like always had plenty of Canadians, but like I feel like that was like the first time like me like watching as like a fan. I was like, holy shit! Like, they're like, if you want to be nasty at college lacrosse, you just load your roster up with Canadians.
Well, like you'd always look at like there'd always be like one or two guys like Chad Tutton back at UNC. He was sick at UNC. Zach Palmer at Hopkins. He was legit too for when they were kind of gross there. And then like it started. I think it also like it shows too. Like I think it's exploded because Brody's kind of started up the the Hill Academy.
Yeah.
I mean? And ever since that stuff's kind of taken off, that like first like recruiting class that he had in that kind of set the tone. Like you've had so many more guys kind of go through it, and like you're seeing the proof of the pudding. And it's just starting to pay off for them as well, right?
Facts. I mean, Jordy, I kind of had the same mentality. Like when you're looking at like building rosters, like how could you build the best lacrosse team? I think you just got like 11 Long Island guys, and you just decided to play them against anybody. Yeah, they probably take over the world.
I mean, who does does Hofstra do that?
No, they get the kids that transfer home.
Yeah. The fifth years. Look at the fifth years. They'll go there.
Yeah.
Maryland. They miss their mom chicken parm.
Yeah, I mean you know the PA, the Philly, the Delco kids. I mean, aren't you saying like isn't Maryland a hotbed for Philadelphia recruits right now?
They've got a decent amount of Philly guys on the roster there.
Maryland and Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like everyone though, like I feel like the Long Island to Hofstra, that's like the Philly area to Cabrini, little D3 school there,
Really?
won a national championship just a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, like anyone from this area who doesn't really pan out D1, whether it be maybe they get in a little bit of trouble, maybe they get they're just not getting the playing time that they want, but they like always end up back at Cabrini.
That's a bunch of them go to Penn State too, from that like Philly area.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like there's not a ton of Philly guys I feel like on that team. Like we've got a poll going there next year. Like they have the trainer family that went there, but I feel like they don't overly recruit. I mean, obviously Granamant. Yeah, maybe they do. They do a better job of getting Philly guys as opposed to like Villanova. Like they have so much talent in high school lacrosse, like right in their backyard, and they just refuse to recruit from Philly.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know why.
Like they could literally like look out of their back porch and pick up like at least like 4 5-star recruits every single year, and they're just like, yeah, we're gonna go grab some North Jersey guys instead.
It is what it is. It's culture, man. Whatever the program's culture is, I feel like too, that can change that.
I'm looking at the quarterfinals next weekend. So gross. I was gonna go to Hofstra to watch the games. Princeton Yale will be a good one. Yale will win.
Really? I think Princeton will. They're well rested right now.
I think I'm going Yale. I'll take Andy Shea in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They looked good against BU the other day.
I don't think too much.
I mean, I think that BU also just looked like dog shit yesterday. No offense, BU guys that are watching right now, but that was actually
right there.
Yeah, I mean, those were like, the Penn Richmond game was incredible. The Yale St. Joe's game was incredible. That Princeton BU game was tough to watch at some points. Granted, I mean, the weather sucked, so like I get it, but like I don't know, like I feel like no one in that game knew how to like clear the ball, or just catching and throwing was a little difficult. Speaking of clearing, were the Bonnies, were you a 10-man team?
Not necessarily. This depends on the time. Like if we can have the guys that can cause havoc in the open field. Sometimes we put it on, sometimes we wouldn't. Just depends on the scout. But I mean, I feel like it causes a lot of havoc too in that kind of sense. But like I don't know. It's tough sometimes because like you see teams, and I don't know if it's just from like the coach's perspective what they want to do. Like so, like when we were 10-man, like we'd have like a free safety kind. The goalie would play free safety for like the back two corner guys, and then obviously give up the cage. Where a lot of other coaches, like I see it in the Ivy, will just like full on press. Don't even bother about the net. They shoot, just dive for the end line. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't have a chance to tuck it on the 10-man.
Colby Smith having himself a day. So actually, what would be even worse for Donna here? Like, what's an even worse look for Donna? For an Ivy to go down or for Ohio State to go? Because, like, I feel like Ohio State's one of those teams where a lot of people they were like, you could maybe put Notre Dame in ahead of them. Or another Ivy going down.
You know what my favorite part of this week was? Everyone moving the goalposts. Everyone was moving the goalposts for why Ohio State, why Notre Dame should be out, why Ohio State should be in. They'd be like, well, you play who you play. Oh, no, it's the RPI. It's like people have to they have to just settle on one thing. Like I got chirped by someone saying Ohio State should be in over Notre Dame because they beat them head to head. But then are you even going to look at RPI or anything? It's so fucking dumb. But yeah, I think that a worse look would probably be Ohio State getting absolutely shelled.
I agree.
Yeah, Ohio State getting shelled would be the worst look. I think Ohio State winning would be good for the NCAA committee. What Donna can't have happen is Harvard get fucking stomped by Rutgers. That's the game.
Which I think happens.
10-man goal. Did you see that yet, Jordy?
No, I can't believe. I have no idea how you were able to just jump. Wow.
How deep was it? You pull it from pull it up.
I'm gonna say yeah. I think he was like at like the 40.
Oh wow.
So what's that, like a 60-yarder?
It's kind of a juice goal too.
Dude, so did you guys hear Quint yesterday?
What'd he say?
He was saying how they need to make a rule where if you back up a shot against a 10-man ride, that it shouldn't be treated like the same. He was like, he was like, I don't know. He was like upset that teams can just shoot the ball against a 10-man, and if they back it up, they get possession.
What a dummy.
It's like, buddy, just don't go into a 10-man if you don't want that to be used against you.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to it.
Easily my least favorite lacrosse person.
Why is that?
I've just always hated him, to be honest. I hate the way he talks. I hate how big of like a hardo he is. I also it really made me mad when the Alcello and Blaze Reardon fight happened. And it was like, I was getting texts from my friends who don't even like lacrosse. And they're like, oh, that fight was pretty sweet. And I was like, yeah, it's like, it just brings eyes to it. Like, even if you don't like it or don't, it's like hockey. Like, you see people fight, you got it. Like,
I think
boys are going to like it. Yeah. And, like, I thought it was really cool. And then Quint went on Twitter, like, this is why, this is disrespectful to the creators game. And, like, we should, and I was just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, just whatever can get eyes on the sport.
I go so back and forth on Quint all the time. Like there are some times where I'm like this fuck, like when he's bitching about how like the shooting against a 10-man ride, I'm like, just shut up. But then there are some times where he's like just such a tool that it's like endearing, and it's like, all right, like that's our tool. Mm-hmm. So then I love him again, and then he'll just do some other, like I just flip flop on him the whole time.
I mean, I love Kark. Did we talk about this, Jordy? The best part about the PLL draft was Boyle and Kark going back and forth with it. Like, it wasn't just like a one-man show.
I mean, we didn't talk about that, but
I think I
agree.
It
was Cottle, wasn't it?
Who?
It was Chris Cottle, wasn't it? That was going back and forth with Kark.
No. Boyle and Kark would talk about the picks and who they thought would fit and stuff. And it's just like Boyle, I thought was great. Like Brian Burke was great. Who's the other guy's name? Fuck, the NBC Sports guy. But yeah, Boyle was just like a one-man show. Like the other two didn't really know lacrosse, so I liked how there was a little bit more back and forth with the
I don't
ESPN
know.
broadcast.
I thought their like mock drafts and stuff like that. I thought Cart got a lot of heat for a lot of his like rankings of players and stuff like that, which is kind of interesting to see and say because like everyone's got an opinion on that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean he had Krebs really high, the Manhattan goalie,
Yeah.
higher than
So
most.
I don't understand if you get pushed into the crease. Like, are you seeing that? So,
Like the gray
Brett,
area.
are you able to watch the game yet, or are you still
No,
locked out?
like I'm just like I know what you're talking about though. When you say when someone gets pushed, like they're going underneath and like you get pushed into the snow cone.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, so CJ Kurse gets underneath. He gets pushed into the crease. Goal goes in, but he lands in the goal mouth. So then Ohio State just got the penalty for a push, but the goal got waved off because he landed in the goal mouth.
Yeah, and
I think
it's a power play though too, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, so they're man up right now, but I feel like if you get pushed into the goal mouth, that shouldn't be the same as diving into the goal mouth.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like the one gray area that's weird because it's almost like invite someone to go underneath and then throw them into your goalie, basically. If it goes in, it goes in. If it doesn't.
I mean, it just worked out perfectly for Ohio State because they just killed the man down, and they got the goal wiped off the board.
Yeah, so then I mean, that's what I think. I mean, what was it last week? Lacrosse Twitter was talking about the creases. They want to add another crease to get rid of the snow cone or whatever the hell it is.
Wait, they want to add another one?
No, I just saw a couple
four
guys
creases.
just being used.
Do you like the goal mouth?
I love it sometimes because it's just like you got beat clean and you're just like, hey, he landed in the snow cone, man. Like, come on, like he's in the snow cone. You can't be doing that. It's no goal.
I like the snow cone.
Yeah, so I mean, I like it, but I know that like it doesn't practice the right habits moving on to the next level in the crease dives, like it fully allowed in the PLL.
Yeah, but sometimes you just gotta play with the rules.
That's true.
Like if you're playing high school lacrosse and your team wants to stall a little bit and pass it around.
There needs clock across. Can't touch it in the box anymore.
No, yeah.
It's tough to watch.
It is tough to watch. I can't watching high school lacrosse again. I was like, holy shit! I can't believe how fucking boring it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I just think we have to stop babying these diva goalies who just can't take guys diving at their legs all the time. It's just a sad state of affairs when we have so many just soft goalies out there who want to cry about these players just taking flight.
I got no issues with someone going at like a dive, but like if you're gonna dive, like chances are I'm probably gonna fall on you and maybe face wash you a bit or land on you because you landed in my crease. So like you're gonna pay a price, and if you're willing to pay it, then I respect you for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, but I like that. Like that's the boys policing the game themselves. They don't need Bill Tierney and the rules committee to do it for them.
It is what it is. It's the debate as old as time. I feel like too, if you could do it or not. And then that goes back to the replay stuff too. Did he step in the crease? Did he not? Did he actually land in the snow cone? Did he not land in the snow cone? You know what I mean?
Did you guys see yesterday that Yale goal or like the Yale goal, no goal, like hit the pipe? Yale thought it went in.
Yeah.
So that was like the only 5 minutes of the day that I had to step away. So I didn't get a chance to see that.
I was praying that it would come back to like be controversial, like a 1-goal game or like a 1-goal St. Joe's win.
I wanted St. Joe's to win so badly just because like I felt like they honestly Coach Ray's did a tremendous job with those guys there, and it breaks my heart too that we should have beat them and we didn't. We were up by 1 with less than a minute left and we ended up losing. It was horrible, and they were so good too.
I love Jack Myers. Jack Myers is sick. He's just so big.
He is legit.
Yeah, I mean, so Ray's a Canadian, although he's other side, and then Levi Anderson, a good old Alberta boy.
Yeah, so T. Ray's from Alberta as well, and then so that's where you got Levi. That Carter Page kid's from Peterborough. He's pretty good. I think he had a couple grosses on the crease. Like he might have gone between the legs yesterday, or he was like over the shoulder. He had a couple.
Yeah, I feel like he's had so many of those like during the season.
Oh yeah, he had at least 2 or 3 on me, but he probably should have 10. It was bad. Like he got me with the one hand, like John Grant Jr. behind the back, and it was all over SportsCenter, or it was all over social media. I don't know if it made it to SportsCenter. Probably should have.
All right, thank you, Brett. We got Will Perry for the second quarter. Really appreciate you hopping on.
No worries.
Yeah, Brett, that was awesome, brother. I mean, really, really looking forward to seeing you out there with the Archers this year. And hopefully your boy Justin Ignacio can keep this thing rolling for Ohio State, even though you said that you hate them and you hate him and you're not looking forward to having him as a teammate. But thanks for coming on. Congrats on the season. Congrats on the career at with the Bonnies.
Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thanks, man.
Later, brother. Good.
Will, what up, brother?
What's up?
Chilling.
All right.
Chilling,
Will
just
Perry
like UNC.
joining. Yeah, Will. Oh, wow.
Exactly. Hey, I mean, let them fly early. Come on now.
Yeah, no, now that I'm not in cage, I'm gonna talk all my shit.
Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are on right now watching, but we've got Will Perry on here, who is the so you may have seen him maybe 2 weeks ago gracing the Crease Dive YouTube channel as he did the first ever goalie challenge on Dukes, and I've seen better performances out of you, mainly in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this because we're in between quarters right now, so the game's not even going. First off, huge discrepancy in that goalie challenge. Shots that miss the cage should not count for the 10 unless you got a proper warm-up. It seems like you guys just strolled up to some random park that had a lacrosse cage in there, and you just said you dumped out like a bucket of balls, and you said, "Here you go, like just fire 10 on cage."
I don't like the rules.
Yeah, I mean, Dukes keeps saying he doesn't make the rules. I was following him around. It was his gig. I was trying to make him happy. He's the big guy around town, so I was trying to do everything I can to make him look good.
Well, so that's what I wanted to ask. Like that was like how many
back cracks, warmed them up a little bit.
But like what I'm interested in, how many shots did it take for you to like get into the mode of like, you know what, like fuck this kid, I'm gonna just start letting him fly. Like was right off the bat, were you looking to splash, or like did it take you a few before you were like, all right, screw this, enough isn't like?
I mean, honestly, he played it off very well. I got the TV going really quick. Hold on. He played it off really well. Honestly, I didn't even know that he played goalie in high school. He kind of sandbagged me a little bit. I know I said that in the video, but after I took my first shot after he was warmed up, I put it stick side, and he just stayed true to it, and it went right into his stick, and I was like, I was like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? So then I started letting him low.
The off stick hit was
that was the big one.
Yeah.
That was the big one. I told Will, I DM'd him the other day. I think I got the goalie fever again, so maybe we'll run it back. I'll give him 20 shots. 20. Do you think 20 shots, cage or no cage, is better?
What do you mean cage or no?
So like, you know how we did 10 shots? If it like misses the cage, it counts as like not a save, but like
a shot.
A shot, yeah. 20 shots.
Because then I could get some more shots on you.
Yeah.
Come up a little bit. Get the back ready. Get the stick dialed in.
I'll say when we put.
I will say I definitely didn't want to hit you. I can't get those legs too bruised for you. You're in the city. You got
Dukes is a full-time employee. He has health benefits.
I got a bruise on the bicep. So sick.
Yeah.
So sick. People were like, "What happened?" I was like, "Tough day at the office."
Dude, so that's always my bit, and it happens like when I'm warming up our high school goalies before a game. I'm always just so nervous about just like drilling them, and without fail, every game I'll just like I'll catch them like right on the top of the kneecap, and like my heart just like I'm like, holy fuck, like, are you okay? And they're like, yeah, dude, like we're fine. You shoot 80 miles an hour, I'm okay.
Yeah, no. I mean, I definitely, I let it rip on Jake a little bit harder. I definitely ripped it on Jake a little bit harder because
sure
he still plays goalie. So I felt like,
dude, for sure. We were talking about it. I think in the video, it's like I was like, you're shooting it way harder on him.
Well, he's behind the camera. He doesn't need the pretty face.
Dude, that was so funny. We had the guy Jake hop in cage. And Jake was like, I need to end on a save. And Will was like, oh, we're going to be here a while. I legit had to cut it because he scored like 5 in a row.
It was good, though. That was good times. That was good. I enjoyed that.
So funny.
You guys got anybody
Cornell?
else going next with that?
I don't know. Gutty called me out. Gutty was like, when are we doing this? And I said, how about next week? And I got no response on it. So I think Gutty's definitely in the picture because like that's just an easy train ride.
I'll see him next week
Billy football, obviously. Is that when training camp is?
or like next Saturday. Not
Nice.
this coming Saturday or 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Sweet.
It's creeping in, so it's exciting.
Who'd the Whips get? They got like Jackaboys.
Jackaboys, Jackson Reed, a defenseman from Jacksonville. I don't really remember his name right now because I wasn't paying that much attention. It was pretty late. And then Roman Puglisi.
Yep, Roman's really good.
Yeah, I mean they're all really good.
Yeah, I think that if it comes down to like a final roster spot for the midfield, they're like, oh, who's going to start like week 1? I think that we should take the three that are in consideration for the Whipsnakes, do a goalie challenge against me. Yeah.
We can bring them all out.
Yeah, we'll bring everyone out.
I mean, Coach Staggs is definitely.
Everybody knows that Staggs.
He loves that.
Yeah.
All the content, he loves that.
Yeah, he loves being in front of the camera.
As you can tell at the draft, right?
Yeah, he's actually getting so much like compared to year 1.
He stays true to himself, and that's people like to see that, and it's funny.
I mean, I feel like when you have to deal with like just years of RJ running around throwing a camera in your face, like eventually you just like give in and you're like, okay, like I'll talk to the camera a little bit here.
I mean,
because you can't avoid it.
Yeah, you can't. I only traveled for two games last year, and every single time, like when I was on the sidelines, it would just be kids behind in the stands screaming for RJ. They'd be like RJ in the back because he's running around. Instead of like Rambo or Zed tucking the ball into the top corner, like they're worried about getting like shafts and stuff.
Yeah,
this is all going on, and then you got like all of us like getting hyped for goals. There's these little kids with like these fiddlesticks. It's so funny.
I'll tell you what, I want RJ to start. I want RJ to start wearing a whoop for these games. I would love to see the stats that he puts up during games.
Get him a bra with one of the trackers.
Yeah.
Yeah, get his full stats, like max sprint, amount of miles.
I mean, he's flying around out there.
He is. He does a really good job. Like he's incredible.
I love seeing him operate on a game day.
I got to tip my cap to him.
I love seeing him operate on a game day. It's awesome. It's like literally my favorite thing on those weekends. He's buzzing around all over the place.
I know. I gotta try and get a closer look on what
Cornell on the board.
They're on the board now?
Yeah.
I got 4-0.
Okay, so we mentioned this before. So right now, I think I might be like 2 seconds behind Dukes, and it appears like we're a few seconds ahead of you.
All right, I'm gonna reset my ESPN app. Look at that. I'm on my Xbox. Come on. Not my Xbox. I'm in my brother's room at my parents' house because I don't have a desk. I don't have a desk at home, so. Came home Sunday. Got a little bit of golf in this morning. It was nice.
Oh, that's perfect.
How'd you shoot?
Just the range. Come on.
Okay.
I didn't take it out to the big leagues. Not yet. I'm just not great.
It dialed in.
I'm getting it dialed in. I got a big weekend. I think next week I'm playing with a couple buddies. So I got to get the clubs dialed in. I got a new pair of clubs for my birthday. My first pair of like true fitted clubs to myself.
That's perfect.
So. I've been using my dad's hand-me-downs, and like my dad's been playing golf forever. So, let's go, CJ Kirst. He's good.
Yeah, very.
I mean, the whole Curse family are just mutants.
I know. Connor's, he's awesome. He's on the Whips, and like I've spent a decent amount of time with him. He's a great dude, and like they're just all like lax rats, which is so cool to see. Like how just obsessive in the best way. And it makes him like crazy because he's in my opinion, like he's definitely a guy who, spent those whole 2 years where there was nothing going on, just completely working on his skill,
really,
like and developing everything. You see other guys in the Ivy League who, kind of stayed the same or, got a little bit better. But for him coming in as like, this is a true freshman year, like there's no way he was this good leaving. I think he went to Del Martin. There's no way. Leaving Del Martin.
We were talking about how, like, I feel like we might have said this off the camera, so this is just a shout out to the people watching right now. But like, I was saying, I think a lot of freshmen are struggling. Yeah. Like early on, just like at programs because those 2 years off from like the recruiting circuit's all fucked up. Like the high school season's all fucked up. Like even like on Long Island, like like you play good teams, especially like when you benefit off like Garden City or like Manhasset going up and playing
Wait,
like
hold on.
Greenwich, Richfield.
What's going on right here?
Is there a weather delay?
CJ just scored again. That's what I got on.
So CJ just scored
No.
again, but now
Is there another weather delay?
at least a half an hour. Donna, you idiot.
She did this. It was her fault.
Speaking of her fault, so were you rooting for Virginia last night as like as an ACC guy? Like,
I was. That was the most painful thing I've ever had to do in my life.
Little justice for the ACC.
Yeah, I had to root for them. I mean, like, it's justice for the ACC. Who's just like, Brown deserved to be in the tournament. Brown did deserve to be in the tournament. Did they deserve the seed that they got? Hell
no.
Like, no. It is clear. Like, it sucks to say and everything like that, but it's like the ACC does reign supreme in terms of talent. Obviously, game in, game out, you can come in there and play, a good 60 minutes compared to somebody else. But in that big of an atmosphere and that big of a game, it's completely different. Because, like, 2 years ago, UVA went to Brown right before COVID hit, and they lost by, like, 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
So now it's just like it's, similar teams, like similar atmosphere, and, it's a bigger game. Those bigger players, those better athletes are going to take over that game.
What I'm really upset about is like Donna gave Virginia all the bulletin board material that they needed that like no one else wanted them to have, right? It's like you guys already just won back-to-back national championships, and now Donna's going to send you on the road as the only ACC team in the tournament. Like, you don't think that they're going to like turn it on for these next 3 games? Like,
yeah, I mean, also, they're definitely like with a chip. Like you had like Xander Dixon's a Greenwich guy too, and he after he scored his second goal of the game, he grabbed his left sleeve and pointed to the ACC. And I was like, oh, and then there were ACC chants going on in the stadium when the game was out of hand. It was like
ACC, it just means more.
It does. It means everybody's backing it, And I know we at UNC had a really, really good relationship with the UVA guys, which again sucks to say because they kicked me out of my season my junior year and my 5th year. But like again, those are a lot of like good dudes that like we gel like well with whenever they got like a wheelbarrow weekend for like a flag football tournament. Or just like talking after the games, like everybody shoots the shot, shoots the shit with them. It's different. So, but again, it was the hardest. It was so painful to root for UVA to continue moving on in the tournament. But
so like now they have the chip on their shoulder as the only ACC team and having to go on the road. And then this is something that I said. So when they got shit kicked against Maryland earlier in the season, I mentioned like. Because like there was like 1 point in maybe like the early 4th quarter where like they brought it to like a 5-goal game like at one point, right? So they lost that by like 11 goals or something like that. They brought it to within 5, and I'm almost positive that they just like they let Maryland run away with that one to give them a little false sense of confidence because they knew that they'd match up against them again later in the season, and now Maryland gets to go into that game being like, all right, we already beat these fuckers by 11. And then meanwhile, Virginia's going in like, yeah, you thought.
Yeah, I mean, that'll definitely add another chip for them. I mean, they're good. Maryland is, in my opinion, it's a whole nother animal with them. It's just.
Do you think Virginia has a shot?
Every single position is loaded. I think Virginia has an easy chance. Like, they easily could win. But, I mean, it's just, again, it matters like what team comes out and plays.
I mean, Maryland can just run out 2 full lines of middies who would start. Like their 6 guys would start anywhere. So
they can do the same thing with their D middies. They got 4 D middies.
Yeah,
like everybody forgets about that guy Alex Smith, but he was like their number 2 D midi for like the past 3 years. Number 39 that they have, and like now he's the 4th guy rolling out because they got Puglisi and then Bubba and then Hudgens, right?
Yeah.
And then he gets rolled out of as like the 4th guy, and it's crazy. It's everybody's like I don't even know how deep their roster could be, like how many kids are on that team because it seems like every single position they have, there's at least 1 or 2 backups that could come in there and plug and play. And I mean, at the end of the day, I would say that Shelley and
and Matt Moore are still like the best two on the field. I mean, I know that
1000%.
Wisnowski is the first overall pick, but it's also like
he's also like 26 years old.
He graduated high school in my grade.
Yeah,
but I mean, I agree with that. Like skill talent wise, I think Schellenberger is going to be the best player on that field. But again, it's just like Maryland has literally every position. Like they're confident in every single position they have.
Well, who's Maryland's face-off guy? It was Weirman at Weirman split time, but do you know who it was last year?
It was Shockey.
So LaSalla kicked the shit out of Shockey in the beginning of the national, and then they brought Weirman in, who then took over in the second half and got like Maryland basically like almost
because you need a Philly guy as your face-off. Like you bring in Philly guys to take face-offs, you're gonna.
So like that's one thing that like I think Petey's got to be a little bit healthier from the beginning of the year and whatnot because he was a little banged up, but I think he's got to have obviously a game. I think he's the X factor literally.
Him and Rote were the two best players in the tournament for those two last years, in my opinion. Oh, we got the St. Joe's Yale game on. Nice.
Yeah. Rote is
it's really about the specialists. Like what a really good job. It's like, we lost last year in the Final Four. We had 4 man ups. We hit 0.
Yeah.
We lost by 1. Like, Tucci didn't play that great in the beginning of the game last year, and he brought us back into it in the second half. It's like everything, like those specialists and those like clearing percentages. That's how he got back in the game last year. That's how, Virginia, if anybody's going to go ahead and do that, that's how they get back in games.
I mean, didn't Chris in the quarterfinals literally like tie it up or win it off a ride?
It was in overtime and he rode the ball back twice before they could call like a timeout, which was, he's a dog.
He's a dog.
I didn't actually watch this game. I heard this was crazy.
This game was great. This game and the Penn Richmond game were both great.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing a little PLL Academy camp down in Winston-Salem yesterday.
I saw that. Did you just get back? So you got back last night? Wait, Winston-Salem, North Carolina?
Yeah, I got back this morning. I got back. Yeah, it was long weekend, but
teaching the fundamentals.
Well, yeah, some shooting drills. I got a couple boys down there that I gave some lessons to in Chapel Hill. They showed face, which was nice. Not a lot of guys, around that area know how to play lacrosse, so it was pretty technical, which can get pretty tedious.
Our
8th graders.
So our high school team, we did our spring break trip this year. Went down to North Carolina. I didn't go with the team, but so they played against Cardinal Gibbons, who I think might have won the state championship there last year. So but then like they played against like some other team, like something Jordan that was like.
I'm not quite sure.
I don't know. I don't know what the school name was, but like catching and throwing was like an
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I mean. I guess that's one of the reasons why they had me go down to Winston-Salem was to teach them how to catch and throw. It's like there's nobody down there to do that for them. Like they got like UNC and Duke around Chapel Hill and Durham, and then outside of that, you can make it to Charlotte and possibly get a little bit of lacrosse, but outside of like the 20-mile radius of like Raleigh, Durham area, there's nothing, which is crazy.
Yeah,
we would always in like summer ball, we would always. So I'm a little bit older than both of you guys, but like we would always play against Team Carolina. Are they still a thing?
Yeah,
but I never knew if they were North Carolina or South Carolina. But like they always just had like a bunch of like huge kids,
big dudes that play football, that know how to hit and don't know how to hold the lacrosse thing.
Those teams when you were in ninth,
those guys were terrifying. Dude, when you're like a 5'6", 5'4" sophomore, you got like a big ass dude running around.
Dude, I'd be in 8th grade or like 9th grade, and we're all like very young, like the Northeast kids, and then you got like the Maryland kids who are like born in '95 and we're like born in '98, and you play like Team Minnesota, and you're like, dude, I'm playing against a fucking fullback right now.
Yeah,
it's like it's crazy.
fractured my collarbone at champ camp one year against Team Carolina. I was just running down the alley just to transfer the ball. I wasn't trying to dodge against them. I was like, "Excuse me, sir, I don't want the ball right now. Like, I just want to move it to the next guy. Like, we can both hang out." Just got crushed. Like,
yeah. I mean, that's one of those in summer ball when you got that big guy on you that's like, deep breathing through his face mask. It's like and you're just like, oh God, like not this guy, like who's just gonna ride up you like on the back of your hip, like do anything he can just to hurt you instead of playing good defense.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the team tent, crush a couple, and cross the bulls.
There you go.
And just enjoy myself.
You get back to the dorm and just like hang out with the buddies at Goucher College. That's what I would do. That's what my tournaments were. Like I was down in Princeton the other day, shooting with Chris Islanian, and the last time I was there, they used to have this huge tri-state tournament.
Yeah.
That tournament was awesome. Like it would get everybody in the same hotel rooms. You get everybody running around, like knocking on the doors, causing havoc. It was just like that. That is when summer ball was. That's when it was good. Before like all these big dudes who play fullback with black tape on their sticks coming.
Dude, I remember when I played pole and we played these teams that were just so much bigger and they'd be slashing the fuck out of my elbows. And I remember just being like, fuck these kids that just learned how to play lacrosse like 3 months ago and are just so athletic.
So what makes you
I'm not the only one that's seeing this, right?
able to do this? Musty guys.
But you cut out a little bit. What'd you say?
Oh, gotta be my way. Hold on.
We hear you pretty good though right now. All right, so a little technical difficulties here in the weather delay. Now I got to be honest. If this weather delay keeps going, the 5 o'clock game might be in jeopardy for the live stream.
Yeah. We could also go down and go back up. We don't have to do the entire thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're going to delay the next game.
I mean,
they'll put the other game on ESPN News, and then we could just so it would be like the same thing that we're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it is like they push that game back to like 5:45, yeah, shot.
So where even? All right, so that game will be at Rutgers. Let's do a good old fashioned Jordy weather report. Rutgers, that's New Brunswick, right? Or am I?
Colin's dad, I think, or someone that Colin knows, replied to your tweet saying you have my permission to steal him.
All right, so breaking news. Intern Colin has entered the podcast transfer portal.
Here he is.
The little brother cut the Wi-Fi out.
Look at that. Just automatically throwing the finger out there. Just big blame guy.
He just got back from Boulder. He goes to school in Boulder. He can take it.
Oh, that's nice.
The guy's living everybody's dream right now, so he can deal with it. The heat from that he has no idea what it's about.
Wait, so we were talking about summer ball. Were you like what was that? Was that Nestle like where you were around, or is that a different where did you play?
Yeah, so to start off, I played with the Connecticut Chargers.
Okay.
And then my high school coach started this club program called CP Lax. It's like this Chelsea Piers club lacrosse team that started in Stamford, Connecticut. And
who was that Nestle team?
I don't even know. I never really played against Nestle. It was around when I was there, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever because they had like the most swag shorts. I remember seeing people like walk around in Nestle shorts, and I was like, "That's
they did have sick shorts. They were always good at like champ camp."
Yeah, and then that club program folded to CP Lax, and then I played prime time. We were good. We were really good.
Prime time?
Yeah.
I played Connecticut Chargers, and I feel like prime time.
Yeah, we had a lot of D1 guys on our primetime team, a bunch of D3 guys as well. You know, we just had fun. It was a great time. We all
Dude,
got together.
the club scene today is
Probably
absurd.
crazy.
There's
Yeah.
like 5 million teams.
Mm.
Like I like growing up, it was like there would be Dukes here in Philly, then there'd be Long Island Express,
Mhm.
uh, and then
I feel like Mesa,
well, like Mesa.
Mesa like relatively new.
I mean, knew it. I mean, by new, I mean like probably like 2013. So like I don't know, like close to like 10 years at this point.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, like 91 is insane.
yeah.
90
91 got like 15 programs.
Dude, they're like Team 91 Maryland, Team 91 Midwest. It's like Express is doing the same thing. It's just like a conglomerate now.
They got a team in Carolina too. 91 Carolina.
Dude, it's fucking ridiculous.
It's bonkers. I mean, hey, the guys that run those clubs, I mean, they're making money and they're spreading the game, I guess. So,
Yeah. Well, man, I'm happy to see Joey Sankey and his club doing well. Team 11.
Team 11, yeah, Joey. Joey's a great guy. I've only met him like twice, but he's always been so nice to me. And it's so funny. Like I saw him back at our alumni weekend, and it was like I felt like intimidated to go up and talk to him. I was like, holy, like it was funny, but you know, he's a great guy.
Yeah, just bring him a beer. Then he's good.
Yeah, I'll do that next time. We were definitely out at the bar, so he probably had one in hand at that point. it was good, but yeah.
Did you go down to Chapel Hill for any games this year?
Just the Duke, the Duke game, their home Duke game, which was a shit show.
Wait, was that the one where the Duke played UNC in basketball too?
Yeah.
Wait, all right, this is a big question then. So I said all right, yeah, UNC lost in lacrosse, but I'm sure that the lacrosse guys still had one of the best nights of their life. You don't have to speak for the team.
I don't speak for the team. I'll speak for myself and the alumni that were down there who I was hanging out with. It was a blast. We got a huge jumbotron, me and a bunch of all the alumni it was everybody pretty much who I had ever played with was down there. So
That's so sick.
it was sweet. We got a huge jumbo jumbotron, I guess is what you want to call it. You can't see my hand, but it was at least this big, and it covered up like a whole side of the street. We set up somebody's computer to it. Got a bunch of kegs. It was a great time. It was fun, and that game was crazy. So
It's insane.
it definitely got rid of the upsetness of seeing the boys lose to Duke at home. That's never fun.
Yeah, I mean, sending off Coach K is pretty cool too.
That was sweet.
Yeah.
We did that, and then he did it to them in the ACC championship as well. Redditor was at the home game, the last Duke home game. That's what it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does anybody out there who's watching have a is there any update from Cornell or Ohio State Twitter about when the game's going to start?
I stream just act like it.
I'm looking.
And I swear to God, if Cornell puts out when they go out although they can't go out for another warm up, if they go back out, they got to start right away.
Well, the thing is, now they're holding up all the other games too. This is gonna right? Doesn't that happen? Would they just overfold and go to ESPN News or something?
I think I think they do ESPN News.
Yeah, because not like they're at the same location this week.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that the first time we're trying to stream, there's been 2 weather delays.
We got the Bucks Celtics game on right now too, though.
Yes. Need the Celtics. I responsibly have a large wager on them to win the NBA championship.
Yeah, I got one of my roommates in college is a Boston guy.
Yeah.
So me and him would go back and forth because I'm a Giants fan and I'm not really that big of a Knicks guy. So it's I root for them if they're doing well or whatever.
Yeah.
Pretty fair weather. So I've never had any qualms with him about the Pats and everything, just because Tom Brady always treated me very nicely.
Do you know Tom?
What?
Do you know Tom, or is that a chirp for winning 2 Super Bowls?
That's a chirp for winning 2 Super Bowls. Yeah. So I never had any problem with him, with any of with any of the Boston sports teams, so I would always just back him up with him. So I've been rooting for the Celtics this whole playoff series.
Dude,
They're awesome.
I also was saying I'm a Patriots guy, so like my Giants fans, my friends that are Giants fans would shit on me growing up. I was like, I can't say anything to you guys. I'm like terrified of Eli Manning. Like Eli Manning and Joe Flacco to me are like the two scariest quarterbacks of all time.
Elite.
Nick Foles.
Nick Foles scares the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Like it's just something crazy about mediocre quarterbacks. Like I think Eli's a Hall of Famer. I'd honestly say Joe Flacco's a Hall of Famer because I'm so scared of him. But like something about like I'm not scared of Aaron Rodgers or Peyton Manning, but I'm terrified of Eli.
Yeah, I mean he's got that dog in him.
He's a dog.
He's a dog. He was my quarterback.
I think the Giants are going to be good this year.
I don't.
Dude, I have them plus 8,000 to win the Super Bowl.
Wow. Wow, that's
and I have them doing the NFCs. Dude,
you can hedge it with like the Jets or something. That'd be a good.
No, and then I'm doing Danny Jones to win MVP.
Gosh, I hope that happens. I like him. I like him a lot, and I try backing him up. And anytime I see stuff or my friends like try to get after me about him, I'm just like, hey, he doesn't have anybody to build around right now. He doesn't have a line.
DeBoer will do really well for him.
DeBoer will be really well. All the Bills, all those Bill guys will be really good. I don't know. St. Joe's was up by 2.
Dude,
they were kind of dominating at one point.
Yeah, it wasn't like the fourth quarter. Yale switched up their face-off guy,
right,
and then started getting a few more possessions that way. I will say, so far this tournament, I think face-off guys are a little liberal with the green light that they have to shoot this year. Especially like this past, like face-off guys are getting real reckless with the amount of shots that they take.
I agree with that. I mean, I 100% agree with that.
Like you just get these kids with like the ugliest stick. They got no shooters. They got nothing, and like you have 3 weapons that you can just pass the ball to real quick. And these kids are just. I don't know. I feel like face-off guys. I think that they see the writing on the wall. I think that they hear too many people talking about ban the face-off. They don't know how many more.
Or they just focus.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Or they just don't know how many more chances that they're going to get to take a shot in lacrosse before the position's gone. So like, I might as well shoot now. But like Zach Cole had like 8 shots yesterday.
Right. He's
less than ideal. Yeah. He's sick.
He was the first. He was a first teamer, right?
Yeah.
For like in like that like mid-season poll, yeah.
I think even in the new one he was too, like in the end of season.
Wait, did they put that out yet?
It could have been like the Inside Lacrosse media one.
There was a USA one, and then I think Inside Lacrosse comes out soon or something. I saw on Twitter. Those things I don't.
Yeah, whack.
I've never liked them.
Same.
Obviously, because I've never been on them. If I was on them, I'd probably just like,
those things rule.
Yeah, I was just on it last year, and I was just like, I mean, I think there's a lot of recency bias involved with it.
Storylines.
Those storylines. Those guys know what they're doing, so they could have it right. I could not be, a guy that knows who's good at lacrosse and who's not. So. Again.
I think they're all whack. I have a lot of complaints about the one.
Yeah. Do you think that the and I mean you don't have to have like a solid take on this one, but do you think that the Tewaaraton should be like whoever leads their team to like? Do you think that the tournament should play into that?
Probably not. I mean, but then it should, right? Like, it's like. You got Chris, who's not in it.
Yeah,
right? I'm very biased, and I genuinely think out of all those guys, besides maybe Sam Hanley, he's the best lacrosse player overall. Like he can do everything offensively. But so can Sam Hanley. And I guess you could say the same thing for Schellenberger, but Schellenberger didn't have as good of a second half of the year.
He's also so injured.
He's pretty injured, and he's got a lot of pieces with him. Like Chris, like he was doing this stuff with. I love those guys, but like he was doing it with like, not a lot of help. Like he had Nikki and he had Jacob, like right, like that's kind of, what he was working with, and like there was just not a lot for him, and he put up more points this year than he did last year. It's like what, like the ball wasn't even in his stick for that long. Yeah. Ball. Like the best part about Chris is that like after in the Duke game when he broke the record, like you wouldn't even be able to tell that was a record breaking goal for like the most points ever in college lacrosse history. It was just another point for him. Like it was just another goal.
Just a classic question mark.
Yeah. So it's just like, but in terms of like the Tewaaraton coming into play into like postseason, I don't see how you can't take into account. But if you do or you don't, you got to make that obvious.
Well, like, right. I feel like, I mean, like when the Thompsons were winning it, like obviously they weren't going deep into the tournament. Like they weren't in the Final Four team or
that should have gone to George Wolf.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Or like when when Pat Spencer won it.
Yeah. I agree with you. So it's like, So
like there are times when it comes down to it's like a lifetime achievement. Like I feel like they gave it to Pat Spencer that year because they're like, all right, well, like this guy can't graduate with us not giving him the award. Like
he's there for 3 years in a row and he's still the best player here. So let's get him. He gave me nightmares. I didn't even play defense, but we scrimmaged them one time and like it was. He started running at one of our defensemen from like 5 yards above the box, hit him. He bounced him 5 yards behind the box and just ripped one off his hip from like 17. And I was like, I'd never seen anybody that athletic before in the sport of lacrosse. It was ridiculous what he was able to do.
Do you think that I think we might have had this debate like last year. Do you think that he could pick up a stick right now and play in the PLL?
If he got like a day to like play wall, yeah. Remember how good that guy was?
No, dude, I know, but like he probably hasn't touched a stick. Like I can't imagine he's walking around like Europe right now, like playing like EuroLeague basketball,
playing with a stick and everything.
Yeah.
So I mean, athletically, he's got more athletic. He's had to have. He's playing like EuroLeague ball.
Now, do you think if Dukes took it to some random park in New York and had him shoot just 10 balls, just
I think
completely dry?
He would hit the cage probably 10 times, and then probably score 10 times.
Dude, I'll redo it. I've told you that. We got to run it back. I'll give you 20 shots.
I'm not salty at all. Let's go. I enjoyed it. I loved it.
Dude, the only person that has something to lose now is you. If I save it now and if I win it a second time, that's 2-0.
That is true. You have nothing to lose.
You had nothing
to lose last time too. I had everything to lose going into that.
It was so funny though.
It was a good time. That was fun. It's just, that's just the gritty New York shooting session.
Jordy, Will wanted to go to a basketball court and shoot, and it was like raining all day, and I was like, dude, I don't want to bring you to a blacktop. You slip and fall and like tear your ACL. And Stags is like, what happened?
I was doing a goalie session with the Crease guys. It was sweet, actually.
I thought you were saying like to inside of the gym.
No.
Like a nice little high school morning practice where you just light up the goalies on the gym floor.
Yeah, it was a little blacktop right across the street from my apartment.
All right, so CJ Curse scored 27 minutes ago. So like I feel like that weather delay has to be up soon.
It has to be. I'm trying to find it. These fucking... This is not helping the sport of lacrosse grow.
The weather?
Yeah.
I know. In order for the sport to grow, we need everything going the way it is, including Mother Nature.
You think this is the worst tournament ever?
Worst?
In terms of it's first round, right? So, like last year, there were a bunch of swayed games like that in the first round. So far, like Vermont in that Maryland game, that was pretty similar to the one last year.
Yep.
But that Princeton BU game, that was weird.
Here's the thing. But like,
boring.
But BU, like, all right. So neither team really looked like that good in Princeton BU.
I think Princeton looked pretty good. I just think
Princeton looked fine, but like it was pretty sloppy for like weather was tough. But either way, like BU clearly looked significantly worse.
But
they were going to be a tournament team anyway because they won their conference. So like they were going to get the automatic anyway. So you can't shit on the selection committee for BU being in there and looking like shit.
But you can shit on the selection committee for putting them up against Princeton and giving Princeton a cakewalk into the next round, even though they were the 5th seed, right? So that's supposed to be a little bit tighter of a game than like the other ones, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like at the time, like
I don't know.
Like I think Princeton beating Army.
They had that big Georgetown win.
Or no, I'm saying BU beating Army, and
I did not see.
I mean, like Lehigh, the way that they did, like I think that like BU was like playing pretty good heading into the tournament. So like I didn't look at that game like because like Princeton had 2 weeks off because they didn't make their tournament. So I didn't see that game being a complete ass kicking. It was, and like in hindsight now, it's like okay, yeah, maybe Princeton shouldn't have gotten BU, but
that was sick. Who's that? Number 8 on St. Joe's?
Levi Anderson. He's a Calgary
that's
kid.
the guy we were talking about on Twitter yesterday.
He's really fun to watch. Dude, he's a bull.
He just did a little backhand fake to a backhand shot.
I want him to get drafted or like picked up.
Is he a 5th year? A senior?
No, I think he's like a.
I thought he was a senior.
Is he?
I mean, if he's a sophomore, I thought he was. Yeah, it says senior, unless that's messed up.
Okay.
That's a sick venue to play in too. He's a senior.
Dude, Joe Tsai, what a dog.
He's the man. I've never met him before, but I like him a lot.
I'll say it. Browns Field looked like shit last night. Was that just me?
Dude, especially because they had to like the it's always the worst look when you have a new cutout for the face-off.
Yeah.
Like that little.
What was that?
I mean, I'm assuming just like they just wore through the turf at the face-off X, and so they had to replace it.
Oh, there we go.
Now, the atmosphere in Providence though last night was awesome until the fourth quarter when it was like clear that that game was over. But
yeah, I had a couple buddies at the game. One of my good friends played at Brown, so he was there. He was wearing cleats at the game. In the stand. I was like, "What are you doing?" It's like Brown State. They try acting like they're not an Ivy League team, and then you just get bullied by an ACC team because you're not tough like the ACC teams. So, sorry, that was harsh right there. But
I've coached against a guy wearing cleats before.
Oh,
you can't be coaching in cleats. You can't be coaching in blue jeans. And in the spring, no. Summer ball, flops go no shoes at all, like whatever. In spring, no. Also, if you're a coach out there and you're listening, do not hold your stick while the game's going on.
That you use it for like the buffer as
I mean, put it down for the box so that the kid so and then but like you still have to spend the entire game telling the kids to get out of the box.
Exactly.
All right, Jake's in the chat.
The reason why I asked about the flip-flops is because I got reamed out when I coached summer ball and I showed up in flip-flops. They're like, "You kidding me?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, I'm like fucking 18 years old. Like, I'm flip-flops on the sidelines.
Nah,
you
go. I mean, you wear the flip-flops, but then when you're going out there to warm up the goalie, you can kick it off and you can go no shoes at all.
Yeah, it's like, come on, it's still summer lax.
I think of summer lax as like wearing flip-flops.
Like the Nike slides.
Yeah.
The Nike lacrosse slides with the green on the bottom. Those things were sweet.
Oh, remember the blue chip flops?
Those were sweet.
I stole them from my friend because I wasn't good enough to go.
Like you're a coach in summer ball. It's your one chance to get
like Jake Reed blue chip. Like that Florida camp that people.
Dude, yeah, Jake Reed blue chip.
Yeah.
Wait. But the best was
it was just the biggest Ponzi scheme for money ever. It was like you could fly down to Florida to see if you can make the actual camp where there's no coaches.
Yes. I remember that. Yes, dude. Do you remember? So remember when Jake Reed was like the shit?
It was so cool.
and you're like, oh, like people be like, oh, I went to Blue Chip. I'm like, wow, you must be nasty.
Yeah.
And then
then Maverick Showtime came around.
Yeah, Maverick
and
Showtime's
then
a shit
that
now.
was that, and then
Now, like the NLF or something, isn't that something?
I mean, there's a high school tournament. There's a high school tournament where it's like high school teams only, like Boys Latin, Greenwich, Garden City, Chaminade, St. Anthony's, all these schools. Whoops.
Yeah.
Is that a landline?
No, it's my door.
What, did you get some food? A little Bob White counter or something?
Oh, dude, good call. I'm probably gonna get Bob White later. I was in your territory this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where at?
Where we go? Gray Lady.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I went to Brooklyn Mirage last night.
Yeah, dude. How was that? It was Disclosure, right?
It was nuts. It was nuts.
Yeah, my cousin was there.
You woke up with less brain cells for sure.
I mean, yeah, I feel like that's gonna happen if you go to the Brooklyn Mirage.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So it was like, I mean, when I was growing up, so it was like Showtime came into play, and then it was like the Philly one was NXT. NXT was pretty big.
Yeah, but that wasn't like a camp though. Like
It was,
Blue Chip and Showtime, like you like show, and it's like a showcase camp.
yeah,
But like NXT is just like a tournament.
yeah, and you get like it's set up in like hotels and stuff for like Showtime.
That's like the NLF thing.
Yeah,
Like it's like the national whatever, but
I'd imagine Lacrosse Federation.
yeah.
All right, so I mean, this tweet from Ohio State was that will be delayed 30 minutes, and that was 34 minutes ago, 35 minutes ago. Got to be close.
Perfect, thanks.
It is pronounced next. They do hate being called NXT, but like
next.
yeah, but well that's in the chat right now from Jay. But like
Jake.
it is true. It is true. But like fuck off. Like just spell it out if you want it to be pronounced that.
I agree.
Oh man,
Kind of like a buzzkill, huh?
it's tough.
The weather delay?
Especially when, again, our good pal Dan Arestia tweets out that it's 78 and sunny in South Bend. Notre Dame could be hosting a game right now. We'd probably be a few minutes into the third quarter. Instead, we're just waiting on Ithaca to get their shit together.
Well, I've asked you this before. Best goalie you've played against in the ACC?
That it's still currently in the ACC or ever?
You could go both.
Wow.
Why is it Liam Entenmann?
I mean, for me, yeah. I mean, Entenmann and Krieg and Adler, I put them
Really?
Like Adler for me gave me fits. Like I only scored in 2 games last year. I took like probably 7 shots. I scored once on Adler.
I got attacked by a shark. He's not easy to get by.
Yeah, he's not scared of anything. But like he's the kind of guy like flopping around. That was tough for me. But Entenmann, he's, in my opinion, sorry Krieg, but Entenmann's the best goalie in the ACC in my opinion. He's the tall guy, takes up everything, holds his fight well. He got his hands. His hand speed is crazy. He can flop. He can kick, and it's.
They'll both be in the league for sure.
100%. I mean, Krieg's very, very good too.
Dude,
Like,
I'm shocked you said Adler because like obviously like he's like outstanding, but when I see people like saying like, oh, like I can't believe he didn't get drafted, like I can't believe nobody picked him up. All this.
Yeah, I mean,
he seems like one of those guys that every time I watched him, he either played like he was the best goalie in the world or so average. Like he wasn't like even keeled.
Yeah,
Like he never was like consistent.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I said kind of Adler. Like I've never seen Entenmann not show up.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, like-
Dude, Adler was he was a St. Joe's guy to start. I wonder if they had Adler in net yesterday, do they pull that off against Yale?
Potentially, and I have a take that like,
right?
What?
I said
What-
you gotta
what-
think so.
Yeah, and like also like, I feel like if he stayed at St. Joe's, he would have been the number one goalie taken off the board.
Right, because that was Dobson, right?
Yeah, Dobson, who's fantastic. He just came on. But like, I feel like if you go to a smaller school, you get shelled and you have a high save percentage. It just translates well to the PLL.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of. I mean, it's similar.
Timmy
to
Troutner.
Yeah,
but again, like no offense, like Canisius or anything like that, but like I feel like getting shot like with like Brendan O'Neill shooting on you and Connor Schellenberger shooting on you, I feel like that prepares you a little bit better for the pro game than.
I agree with that
for
too.
sure, but not a storyline.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean we are in the storyline business. So.
Yeah, like the coach. Like I seriously think the coaches would be like how well would Dobson? I mean, he's ridiculous. I don't know.
He's really good. I've watched him play a bunch. He's really, really good. I see what you're saying about that, though. And I feel like that I mean, it doesn't really come into play with, like, skill position-wise, but, I mean, there's still guys that go to, lower-tier schools that, like, develop like crazy. Like, you look at, like, Asher, who's just, like, absolute dog. But, like, obviously he gets his recognition, but there's still guys out there that, like, don't. Like, another guy in High Point, the guy number 55, Brendan Maia. Like,
Maia is good.
Ridiculously good. And it's just, like...
Asher got shit on the last week.
He did. It's just, like, where do you, like, draw the line, I guess, in terms of taking into account, like, what school you're at, who you're playing around. You're not the only guy that, gets the attention, if that makes any sense.
Will, any crazy stories during your time at UNC?
Yeah. Yeah, but crazy. Like, yeah, we had fun. We definitely had fun. I'm not gonna like sit up here and wrap myself out about anything, but yeah, we had some good times. It was awesome. I mean, that's a school that gave a lot to me, whether it was like lacrosse or just social and friends and everything. But I mean, in terms of craziness, I could list off a bunch of stuff. I don't really know what he's shooting for right now. What
was your best win and best celebration?
Probably the fifth year. So last year when when we beat Notre Dame at home for senior day, that was really, really cool. Or when we beat Duke for the last regular season home game too, for the share of the ACC championship. Yep. That was pretty sweet. But the senior day was really cool, because I got to go out there with all my buddies, who came back for the fifth year, who were there for the senior year, and we dedicated a bunch of moments to the guys that weren't able to come back. So that was really, emotional going into that game for everybody on the team. And then we beat them, I believe, by 2 or 3, and it's always fun to beat Notre Dame. So it weirds people out, but I'm sure people have picked up on it at this point. But in terms of like rivalries, team wise, in my opinion, I don't know what people think about on the team now. I've always hated Notre Dame more than Duke, and that was passed down from people above us, and whether it was like for specific reasons, like I don't know. It was just the hatred for them like ran a little bit deeper, just because I don't know. But after that, we definitely had some fun. All the parents were in town. Hit the bars hard.
Any good bus ride stories?
Bus ride?
Yeah.
We weren't allowed to get away with anything on the bus. So like we would be pretty tamed on the bus, and then for those long road trips, we would definitely, whether it be getting back at like 11:30 at night or like 2, we would definitely have our fun afterwards. Though, the boys are night owls, so it's easy when you got all that energy, because we had practice in the middle. We normally have practice at like 6:30 in the morning, so we're like normally dead tired throughout the day. But when it's game day, we feel pretty refreshed, and then we got all that energy afterwards to expand as well. Little jump around that there, but we definitely had fun.
I can't believe that. I knew like for sure like the 2015 guys would hate Notre Dame, and like I know Ocello doesn't really like some people on UNC,
Yeah,
But-
he deserves. Yeah.
Yeah, I seen all that, but I'm kind of surprised that you guys, like that I can't believe that was surprised by that you said you hated Notre Dame the most.
Again, it's not hate for me at least. Like I
Yeah,
don't,
you just want to beat them.
I just want to beat the crap out of them, right? So
Yeah.
it's just like for me, it was because it was passed down from like guys like Luke Goldstock, Pafani, Brett Bedard, like Balka, like those guys. They passed it down. Like it's just.
Are you guys watching this infomercial on this?
Buy a hydro seal.
Yeah,
Oh my god, this hose is badass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad to cut you off, but they're selling the shit out of me on this hose right now.
Oh, who talks the best? What team in the ACC or what team did you play against that talks the best shit?
Damn. I don't even know. ACC, we didn't really talk a lot of crap. Like Jack saying ND talks a lot of shit. I never really talked shit to anybody when I was out there when I was playing ACCs. Jacksonville talked a lot of shit.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Coach Galloway gets those guys buzzing before games, and they match his energy, and like we scrimmaged them one time before my senior year, so before COVID hit, and we lost to them in a scrimmage. They came into our house and talked so much shit to us, and we had no idea what was going on. So next time that we played them, our fifth year, or my fifth year, and they came in and we beat the ever living piss out of them, and still talking shit while we were doing it, like hitting late, like getting in people's faces, like calling like you fucking pussy, like it's just like Jesus. I'm like, dude, we're up by like 11 with like 14 minutes left in the fourth. Please take your foot off the gas. Act like a normal human being.
That is so sick.
Good for them.
No, I like how they talk shit. You guys are like, we're gonna beat you up, and then they're like, we're still gonna talk shit.
They gotta stay to it. They drive
Yeah.
all that up. Like they still got all that hatred and all that time spent in that bus, pent up energy. So they do a good job. I feel like earlier in the year, I mean the worst it was for me was the worst I'd ever gotten chirped was Albany my freshman year. That was bad. That was they were harsh.
Really?
We played them in a tournament. It was
Like team or fans or both?
Fans. It was the fans. Like I mean, and the team as well. But like at that point, it wasn't even noticeable because everybody was doing it around. So it's just like it was 2017 first round. We played there when they had Connor Fields and it was like pouring rain. And the whole entire stadium's packed with Albany fans. They created like this tunnel for us to walk through before we came down, like coming out of our locker room, like with throwing beer cans at our helmets, like blowing like cigarettes in our faces. Like I was walking through this tunnel. I was like, this is one of the cooler experiences I've ever had in my life. I'm just getting ripped on, like absolutely ripped into, and I'm like, this is so sick. The atmosphere was crazy, and I mean, but the team matched it too. They matched the team's energy. They matched, Scott Marr's energy, and it was we lost, which sucked, but it was one of the cooler, experiences that I guess atmospheres I've been in lacrosse. And that was because our fans were so ruthless. Like we'd be on the sidelines at the top of the box, like about to go in, and I had this guy like in a full Viking uniform, like screaming at me and Tanner Cook, like calling up like reaming into us. This guy had to have been like 45. We were both 18 at the time, like saying the most disgusting things ever. I can't say it. Like it was ridiculous. I would have to say that. Definitely.
I mean, the Dane train, they deserve another great team.
I agree.
It's like, yeah, it's a tough state of affairs in Albany right now, but like when they're nasty, like that is just such a fun program to get behind because they are. I mean, they're greasy.
You never played Yale, did you?
No, but I mean, I've heard all those Ivy Leagues just talk so much shit. Apparently,
Yeah,
we
that's what I
never
heard.
played Yale, but I mean, apparently they just rip into each other all the time. Whether it's like Yale, Princeton, Brown, even Dartmouth, we played them my freshman year. I had a guy, like, we were up by like 12, and a guy was like, "Shut up. Like, you're still going to be working for me one day." I was like, "Dude, I'm 18. I don't know what I'm doing."
Stop putting this much pressure on me, Dad.
I was like, dude. So
you guys could win this game, but I'm gonna win at life. Shut the fuck up. Go to the bench, you loser.
it's like, all right, yeah. You're like fucking like 25, still Dartmouth. Like, get over it. Like, leave me alone. It was funny though. Like, I never really talked a lot of shit, but I mean, there's a lot of people that did on my team as well.
Who was the best on your team?
Probably Tanner.
Yeah. Dude, Canadians are so
Canadians,
good.
Yeah, I mean, they're just born with it.
So witty, and it's just like, even like, I lived with him last year too, and it would just be like anytime he could find a way to get a little like chirping on you, like death by 1,000 cuts, he would make sure that was possible. But we'd give it back to him and everything, but it was always just like the most absurd things I'd never hear like before, and I can't even think of it right now because it's just like, I don't even know. It's like,
I mean, the Canadians have just like a certain sense of humor that like you can't really keep up with it if you're out of your element.
We got what's Brushy like as a coach? He's a great guy. I like Coach Brushy.
Would you recommend that people go to UNC and play for him?
Would I?
Yeah, would you?
100%. He's easy.
I don't know. It seems like you're just a big ACC guy. Like, you don't have that much UNC loyalty. Like, you're rooting for Virginia in the tournament. You want Daniel Jones to do well in the NFL as a Duke guy. Like, it just seems like all you care about is ACC. So, like, do you love Joe Bresci? Sure, but like, are you just an ACC stan?
No, I'm definitely a UNC stan, and I would not be rooting for anybody right now if UNC was in the tournament. My team right now, I'm rooting for, now that UVA beat Brown, I'm 100% backing Georgetown. 100%.
Yeah.
Backing them. I got Trippy, Bowen, Monroe's on the team. He was a transfer from UNC a couple years back. Got Rowlett. So, little UNC Georgetown pipeline. So, got to show the boys some love. I also think that they have the second best chance to win right now, in my opinion, besides Maryland. And then it's Virginia after them. But, again, I don't know what's going to happen because.
Yeah, I just think, pretty rough year in the Big East. So not as.
Yeah. That's true. But it was just like dominant. And, I went to.
Well, like, yeah.
Yeah. There was like a preseason scrimmage between Georgetown and Maryland that was written up about, and it was like a tied game, and they have depth, which is pretty much what you need in May. I mean, not pretty much, it is what you need in May. Like, you can't just trot out 3 middies there every single time, or else they're gonna start to get run down. Like, it gets hot. It really does, and like, especially when you don't have that second guy. Like, that game when we played in Rutgers last year, if it wasn't for a guy like Lance Tillman, we would have lost that game. So, because I wasn't doing anything, Tanner was bummed up with a leg injury. Justin had like an incredible game, but it's like you need other horses to come and back you up. So,
yeah, and I guess in the same regard where it's like, yeah, like the Big East. Not so great this year, but like they're still shit kicking everybody. So kind of the same thing as like Maryland. Like,
yeah,
it's not like Big Ten was anything special, but they're still just dominating everybody.
Yeah,
dude, I'm gonna murder the weather in Ithaca right now.
So brutal. So brutal.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that on YouTube, so that was a joke about murder.
I can't believe I'm watching Yale St. Joe's for a second time.
Dude, and like a good chunk of this game.
Yeah.
They one of the freshmen on Yale, one of the attackmen from Connecticut, from my town, who's ridiculously good. Leo Johnson. He's crazy.
Yeah, he had a big day yesterday.
So he broke my single season points record in high school that I did when I was a senior. He broke it when he was a freshman.
That's insane.
What? I came back from school one year, and I was I was like, what? This kid, like, absolutely torching everybody as a freshman. Then he left the freaking school that I went to.
It's like,
Where'd you go?
I went to Greenwich High, and then he went to Avon after. He
Damn.
went to Avon first. Or he went to Greenwich first freshman year, and then went to Avon for the next couple of years, which obviously probably paid off because my high school sucks at lacrosse now.
Really?
Yeah, I mean everybody in around like kind of like the Fairfield County area is just doing Brunswick, Taft, Avon, Choate, all that. Instead, like all these parents are paying to put these kids into, the best opportunities they can to play college lacrosse, and that's right now around here and putting them in these prep schools, which is too bad.
So who are the best public? So it'd be Darien,
right now,
Newfoundland.
like Darien and Richfield are both really good. There's a couple really good guys on Richfield.
Well, that's Colsey, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Both these kids are really, really good. And then,
Ridgefield would kick our ass.
Speaking of Ridgefield, quick shout out to Hoodoo Brown Barbecue in Ridgefield, Connecticut. If you don't know it, get yourself involved. Head on over to Hoodoo Brown.
We got Simon Mathias as a Ridgefield guy too.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Whipsnake. He used to absolutely torch us in high school. I mean, he's still so good.
He torched us in high school. We used to be able to beat St. Paul's like pretty easily, and then we just always get kicked by Ridgefield. Kick dicked
by Ridgefield. Yeah, no.
Tough guys.
Crazy good. They are, man. Dude, it's like, yeah. I don't even know anymore. I've been too far away from high school lacrosse.
Yeah.
In Fairfield County for a while. Gotta get back involved. Who knows? Maybe get me coaching.
You should.
Get me coaching at the local Greenwich High School. Come on now.
Again, I mean, you'd be shooting more often, and then that way you could show up. You could show up against Dukes, and you'd already be locked and loaded.
Exactly.
Dukes can come to my home court next time. We can do it on the gravel. We can do it there. It can be nice and tight. Not slippery. I won't tear anything. Get a couple out there.
Is there any update on this weather delay?
No, there is not a single update. I mean, all right. Let's do another Geordie weather report on weather.com. And in Ithaca right now, it looks like things are passing by. It looks like we're in the clear for the rest of the night. But, I don't know, when the last little bit of lightning would have gone.
What game are we going to do if they overlap?
Well, I mean, I guess we have to see if... I mean, we'd have to see what they end up doing. Again, I would imagine that they still start at 5. But, I mean, I guess we could do both.
Yeah.
Bill, who are you closest with on the Whipsnakes?
I'm my closest with on the Whipsnakes.
Who's your best buddy?
So I haven't been there that long. But I know all those guys. I mean, all those guys are great. It's obviously all Maryland guys for the most part. And, but the same thing about that is that locker room is pretty similar to the locker room that I had at UNC, other than the fact that they won a bunch of national championships and I didn't. But besides that, I'm pretty close with a bunch of the younger guys, with Kirst, with Chris Islanian, with Brad Smith, with Colin Squires. I played against Colin.
Colin's a good dude.
Colin's a great dude. I played against him a bunch when we played Denver every year. So a lot of respect for all those guys. Hoping to make new friends at training camp this year. No, they're all great. They're all great guys. They're all great. Skin Zone, who do I hate the most? Jake, thank you, bro.
Zed, I heard he's just a terrible guy. I heard he's hard to get along with.
Who?
Zed.
Zed? Oh, Zed's the worst.
Does Zed thumb the ball?
No, Zed does not thumb the ball. Does he get called for it?
No, I don't think he does. I think he does hold the top of his head though.
Right.
He doesn't thumb the ball, but
No.
he doesn't do himself any favors either.
He's like, it's crazy watching him play lacrosse. It's just like a whole nother guy that like I've never seen before. Most electric teammate you had at the time you see on and off the field. Again, Tanner Cook.
Really?
Yeah. Oh my God, that guy was crazy. Tanner was the best. Tanner was the glue locker room guy that would get everybody going. I gotta give him his respect. He deserves that. He knows that.
What up?
All right, we need this to get going.
Should we take commission and I hop back on when it gets going again? I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Like I'll hop right back on when the game comes on.
Yeah, just text me.
All
right, peace.
All right. Is that cool?
Wash your hands.
Wash my hands. I'll make sure to wash my hands. I'll make sure to wash them. All right, I'll be back on a little bit, Graham.
Man. Will, great guy.
Yeah. Do you want to take a little break?
Yeah, let's take a quick break. Let's maybe get some food in. Didn't you just order food? So you got to grub down on some of that.
I ate before, but I'll just keep it. I'll keep it up, and we'll come back live.
All right, cool. So so whenever the game gets going, could be in 5 minutes, could be in 30 minutes, who knows? Because Cornell and Ohio State, they don't want to give us any updates. But then we'll be back.
All right, peace. Back.
Just I guess we're back to live.
We're back live.
Well, that sucked.
Dude, brutal stretch.
All right, so far we still got. I guess we still have a minute here before it jumps over to Harvard Rutgers.
Do you want to stay on? So, this is my friend Maddie. He said, "Jordy, what high school?"
Oh, give me 2 seconds. Let me get my dog upstairs real quick before we get going here. All right, we are back. Jordy, what high school and position plus college did you attend? I'm a Delco guy, went to Springfield. I went to Ursinus, little D3 school, and mostly played the bench. Got a decent amount of action my freshman year, and then they decided to go out and recruit a lefty attackman who was significantly better than I was. So spent the rest of my college career being a big time locker room guy. Yeah, I mean, we just crushed a bunch of leftovers from last night. But I mean, it looks like we're back right now. So we've got.
Do you want to? Which game you want to watch?
Well, so I'm a 2-screen kind of man. So I've got.
I'm gonna 2-screen it too, but.
I mean, I said this before. I'll say it again. I think that Rutgers kind of speed bags Harvard here. Oh my God! Now we've got a kid down in this Cornell. Like, listen, I'm all headshots. They're tough, right? But after you had 2 hours of weather delay, get the fuck up off the field. CJ Curse too. Not gonna. Let me see this. Oh my God!
I didn't see it. I'm watching it right now.
Van Buren just cross-checked the fuck out of his face.
Oh my God.
All right, that's fine. Maybe you don't have to hop off the field immediately after that.
I cannot have Rutgers win this.
Dude. I just don't see how they...
The Big Ten can't go 3-0.
Well, I don't think that Ohio State's winning this game.
I know. I wonder how the break's going to affect them.
What would you be doing if you were in a weather delay? So, like, backup goalie, high school Dukes, Garden City versus what? Like
Manhasset. That's a
Manhasset. All right, so big time game. You have to go back into the locker room. What are you doing during that weather delay?
I mean, I'm for sure going on Twitter for a bit. Like, I'm for sure going on Twitter. Going on Instagram, checking out.
Are you finding snacks?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm getting the bag of chips. I already have Doritos packed in the bag.
Do you think Cornell and Ohio State, you think that they hooked them up with, I mean, it's the NCAA, so they probably gave them like a loaf of bread and said, here you guys go.
They probably did shit for them. They probably didn't do anything. We got Shido coming on soon.
I mean, I feel like anyone who's going to be watching and tuning into this live stream, probably a Crease dive lifer at this point. But if anyone out there is a newer listener, Shido, former member of the squad, fortunately couldn't make it for the majority of the season. He's got an actual life and other things going on that he can't spend multiple hours every week recording about college lacrosse, but going to be great to have him back on.
Field's nice. Did they move the game for Rutgers?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Yeah, don't they? They're usually a
stadium
football field. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's usually a state. I mean, this is what it should look like in May.
Oof. I mean, it looks
I'm
like the grass looks beautiful.
Well, I'm not a guy who necessarily hates football lines on a lacrosse field. Like I know that there are some people out there who are like real specific about that. Like it doesn't bother me that much, but I will say in May in the tournament, just a pure lacrosse field, so much better.
Yeah, pure lacrosse field looks so nice. Hofstra has the pure lacrosse field now, which I think is beautiful. But like they have to get it for like football. They have to draw the lines for like the state championships and that shit.
Yeah, this.
Oh, what game are you focusing in on?
I mean, like Harvard Rutgers is more in front of my eyes.
Same, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and then this Cornell-Ohio State game's peripheral.
Yeah.
And I don't have the greatest peripherals. If I did, I wouldn't have sat the bench playing D3 lacrosse. I would have had better vision. But
It's at Yurkak. I guess that's the name of the field. I saw that. I saw one of the Byrne family members go after you.
did they?
Not after you, but they're like, "Here's to wrong predictions."
Oh yeah. I did see that. No, I mean I'm right there with you. I think Harvard 2025 national champs. I think that's a great call. I just think that a tournament game, 5:00 on a Sunday, little bit of a weird time for these guys. 5:00 on a Sunday might just be a lot to handle for a bunch of freshmen.
Oh, you see who's in the back room?
I don't think that I have that access, but Shido,
Jake,
How are we doing, fellas?
what's
the
up, brother?
reunion.
How you guys doing? You hear me?
Yeah, we
Always.
hear you.
Okay.
You didn't miss a beat.
Okay, good. It feels like home.
Coming in here with your Carhartt shirt. What kind of inseam shorts are we working with?
I got like my big ones on right now. I've been lounging around the house all day, so like they're like the Jinko jeans almost. They're like down past my knees. They're like some old like game shorts. You know how it is.
How things been?
Busy. My high school kids had a good season. We rocked a good season, broke some program records, so that's nice.
It's awesome.
Been working a good bit, but I've been paying attention to the takes. Don't you guys worry.
But what's your favorite one?
Oh,
Notre Dame
I
in the
don't know
national
if-
championship?
How do you
Yeah.
feel about Donna? We haven't really gotten to hear your takes
Yeah.
on Donna yet.
fuck all that, dude. I don't know how anybody with any sort of functioning frontal lobe could look at both of those teams and be like, nah, I don't need to see that. I'm good.
We have been firing the takes off a little bit.
Yeah, and without you here, there's no one to really keep Dukes in line. No one to check him
Yeah.
on some of the takes. So
It's kind of sweet. No,
I mean,
no one's.
it's good for you, right? Like you get to do whatever you get basically say whatever you want with no reprise. So it's like there's no rules. Are we watching Harvard right now?
so
This
I
schedule is so
both,
fucked.
Yeah, both are going on right now. Right now, the Cornell-Ohio State game is opening up a bit here. So Michael Long just made it 5-3 for. I mean, cut the
looking-
lead down to 2.
I'm pulling up both right now.
Are you have you finished up school yet? Or like, are you done with Hopkins?
Yeah, so I'm now a Hopkins alum as of last year. So now I can just be totally invested in the program, like just
Bad
like,
time.
uncontrollably.
Are you calling for
Angry.
Pete Milliman's head?
Yeah, you're an angry alum.
Yeah, I guess I'm an angry alum now, but no, I guess No, I won't take Milliman's head. I don't think. I think the most savage thing was letting Owen Murphy go, and then Owen is over at UMD just absolutely splashing goals all year.
I think, what did he have today? He had like 3 or 4 today.
He would have been like the 5th leading scorer on Hopkins, having played 3. He would have been like the 5th leading scorer, having played 3 less games total.
I can't confirm this, but I got a DM that Owen Murphy was just like kind of dismissed from Hopkins for no real reason. I don't know if there's any no real reason. There's always probably a reason, but
if you're in the business of kicking really good lacrosse players off your lacrosse team, it's not a good business to be in.
Yeah.
I heard, so there was a kid from Georgia, his dad actually played at Hopkins, and he went up there, and Milliman just came in and just cleaned house, apparently. And like his dad was an alum, and like he was legit, he played D-mid, right? And nah, he had to transfer to Mercer Hive, baby. But yeah, apparently I heard that Milliman just cleaned house.
Yeah, I've heard some things about Milliman.
New program, doing your thing, right?
Yeah, just losing a bunch of games, getting crushed by your rivals, like not even making it a game.
They might as well not played Maryland if they were going to play like that. But
it was very funny. Like I remember, like Larkin tweeted out like during the second round of Hopkins Maryland. He's like, credit to Hopkins, they're really fighting. And I checked the score, and it was like a 6-goal game. And I was like, this is Hopkins lacrosse right now. Like this is them showing fight.
The state is not good.
No.
I'm a huge fan of Cornell though, just based on all of the Italians they have. Like,
did you guys just see that? Did you just see that crease crank though in Rutgers?
Yes, I did. It was fire.
Was it Bartolo?
No, if it was Bartolo, that would have gone through the net. But Brian Cameron, he was like maybe like 2 yards off the cage and just full gas.
Jake, this guy Mitch Bartolo.
He's 6'6" or something. Yeah, he played at Penn.
Yes. He I think it was like game number 1 of the season. Like I forget who Rutgers played, maybe like an NJIT or something. He had 3 goals and he shot like 11%.
Yes.
He took like
love that guy.
15 shots.
All right, Rutgers, the first team in this tournament, making me look smart so far. Needed this. Did Gary Gate ruin Syracuse? I mean, you have to believe yes, right?
Yes.
Like, was it the suits? I think it was the suits.
That's a
lot. Oh no,
suits.
Yeah, I mean, you think about just where that program was at before he stepped on a field, and where they're at today. Like,
well, in that breath,
no, but I do think though that there's something to the suits.
I think it's too serious.
Yeah.
Like Belichick is like Bill Belichick. Where's the cutoff sweatshirt? What I mean.
And like I get he's Canadian. I get it's like a box thing, but at the same time, it's. I mean, I say this all the time. It's like that scene in Step Brothers where it's like, all right, now the tuxedos seem kind of fucked up. Like, you can't be getting spanked like that. Having Petro though in the background too. I feel like they show Petro way more on the broadcast during games than they show Gary Gate.
It's the salt and pepper beard that he's got going on. It's just like it's much more relatable to people. He's not as like clean cut as Gary.
I think Harvard's gonna win this.
Not a hot start for the Crimson.
I love Harvard though.
Same.
I love Harvard's future.
2025 national champs.
All right, well there we go. On the board.
They got this attackman, Sam King.
Yeah.
Kinger. Beast.
So from I forget who Harvard stole a bunch of recruits from one school. Sam King was going somewhere before. Oh, Denver. Jerry Burns just has been just stealing recruits from Bill Tierney. Sam King was like going to Denver. Like I was talking to this guy.
He's a Gilman kid, right?
Yeah, there's a former Harvard player that works in our office, and we talk Harvard ball a lot. And he's like, yeah, we Like, oh yeah, that guy was like supposed to go to Denver. Oh yeah, Sam King was supposed to go to Denver. Like, oh, he was going to Denver, and I was like, so you just stole Denver's recruiting class.
Jerry Byrne just hacking
Yeah.
into Bill Tierney's phone and seeing like his contacts and just being like, hey, I got
feel
a
like
good, I got a
that's-
good lead on a kid.
That's such an easy one though, because it's like it's like if an SEC school ever had a D1 lacrosse team, they would just steal recruits based on like the party atmosphere. But you get like these kids who want to go and like get like a Harvard education and also play fairly competitive, if not like the highest level of competitive lacrosse. So it should be easy, right?
Yeah.
Either that or you go get yelled at by Bill Tierney in his office every week.
And for someone like Sam King, like you don't have to move halfway across the country.
Yeah, you're not even in the time zones, which shouldn't exist, right?
Although, I mean, they've got a couple freshmen from California, and so you'd imagine that like Denver would probably be like their first.
Denver just can't have the Pac-12. The Pac-12 would be the death of Denver lacrosse. In my
Yeah,
opinion.
Oregon.
Yeah.
Oregon or like a USC. Like Oregon would be
UCLA color scheme. You'll steal some recruits.
too close to LIU though, right?
Yeah, but it's not LIU.
LIU is just kids from the island who don't want to leave the island.
Yeah, yeah. Do you remember? We were doing a preview. We were doing a preview like 2 weeks ago for like LIU Merrimack or something, some random game. I was like, oh, shout out LIU. Their goalie is really good. Do you remember when he like DM'd all of us, giving us like, he's like, can I be a Barstool athlete?
Yeah, I think I do remember that.
He's like, can I be a Barstool athlete? And just sent me all his like stats for that year. I was like,
And you're like, dude, I don't. You're like, who are you, man?
yeah. I was like, I don't know if we'll really just take anyone.
Yeah, it's like it's just fill out this Google Doc and you guys can do whatever. But
Someone
go ahead.
Someone DM'd me like, oh, can I be a Barstool athlete? I was like, congrats, you're now a Barstool athlete. I was like, I'm not even doing like the whole Google Doc thing anymore. Like, if you want to put in your bio, put in your bio.
Do you guys? A couple things. One, do you think, because we're coming down to it right now, that Ohio State they should not even do a halftime?
No, you go right into the third.
You
Ooh,
go
nice
right
snack.
into the third. Two, speaking of the SEC getting SEC, if they got lacrosse, I mean, you guys are both club aficionados. How do we feel about the South Carolina Gamecocks running it back for another natty?
There's always an asterisk with the South Carolina kids. They have a special like scholarship for out of state. It's not special, but they give a lot of scholarship money to out of state kids because they want to like diversify the population or whatever. So that's like the most northern southern school that like Maryland kids will go to. So like you look at their roster, it's like St. Paul's, like there's like a bunch of, you know, New York schools like Chaminade, like there's a bunch of schools that for like New Yorkers and like a bunch of island kids and Baltimore kids that'll go there, and like credit to the coach or whatever, but like they got like serious talent. The hilarious part was that Clemson basically had the entire Furman team transfer to Clemson and like 6 or 8 other Division I transfers, and they just couldn't pull it off.
Dude, South
That's
Carolina's
tough.
legit. I know a kid
they're
that
sick.
is on South Carolina that played at Holy Cross and transferred to South Carolina just to like party.
And he probably got a great scholarship too. Like you keep like a 3.0 and they pay for like a third-year school or something. I don't know.
There was this guy at Dayton in my freshman year. Like I signed up like, oh, like I might play club lacrosse, and he pulls me into his office. He's like, hey, I want to have a meeting with you.
I don't know.
And he's like, oh, you're from Long Island? Like, oh, okay. Like, he's like, are you a good student? It's like, absolutely not. He's like, great. That's great to hear that you're a good student. Like, here's like on top of your like original scholarship, like here's $5,000 for like a Long Island scholarship fund, whatever. And I was like, this seems really weird. Like, I didn't even tell you that I was playing lacrosse yet. Comes out that this guy was just giving anybody that played club lacrosse just a scholarship, like just like
Fuck yeah.
$5,000, just like a little bit, like.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, so I guess that, I mean, we haven't got a chance to talk about like Dukes, you and I either, but ever since that one Twitter account decided to ruffle a few feathers on Lack's Twitter. I think it was it the Miami Twitter account saying that a squad full of MCLA All-Stars can make it to the tournament.
Oh my God.
But like,
I appreciate.
But
I
if
appreciate
you have
the
a bunch
take.
of guys who are like
Dude, I think they
transferring
could.
out of a D1 team, you don't think that they could maybe give Manhattan a run for their money?
No, they for sure could. Here's my take. There's gonna be a goalie in club lacrosse that you can find that you'd be like, oh, he could play Division One lacrosse. I know for a fact. There's good enough goalies in the club level that could play D1. If you just take the field players, they might not be the deepest team, but I'm sure you could find 15 guys that play Division One lacrosse at some point that transfer to clubs.
Now,
are we saying MCLA, or are we gonna also say like NCLL or whatever, where it's like, oh, like
he said MCLA.
Yeah.
I still think MCLA, yeah.
My only thing with that, so like I think if you take a group of MCLA All-Stars, right? So it's probably going to be a lot of kids who went D1 and just transferred out because they want to go party. If you took that group of All-Stars and you sent them to the MAC conference tournament, I think that they could get hot and win that and then get into the tournament. I think if you're taking that type of kid who went D1 and then was like, you know what, like this isn't really like my speed. I'm not getting in as much as I want to. Also, I want to go and then you have them play the entire the entire season, then maybe not. Like maybe they fizzle out during the year. But so if you took that All-Star team and just had them have to play a MAC semifinal and then a MAC championship, I mean, I think that they could beat Manhattan.
Okay, but this is the thing too. There's a size component involved here. Like your average Division I defenseman, is what 6'2", 6'3", right? There's a few short guys out there, not to short shame Jordy, like I may or may not have over the years, but like the leading scorer for this year in the MCLA, I think he had 87 points. He played for Clemson. He's like 6 feet 180, right? Like just a normal sized fella. I think you put him up against just okay. So what team are they gonna play?
Like I'm talking about like the mat. Like they're playing against like no offense,
A-son.
like Brett Dobson. Like they're gonna have trouble figuring out a way to get the ball around him. But I
think that's a scorching hot take, because if you said the MCLA All-Stars from this year, no. Right? Like, what are you going to put? Like, it's going to be like most of the South Carolina kids. Like, you're going to handpick a few kids like here and there. Like, I don't buy into that. I love the MCLA, but like, there's a size component there too. There are guys who are literally playing Division I because they are 6'5", 240 pounds.
Yeah, and I'd lock them the fuck up.
I know.
Again, I don't think that an MCLA All-Star team could play the entire season in D1 and be even in the picture. But I think if you sent them to a tournament where they had to beat Manhattan and you let the boys just go out there and run it up.
Yeah, like, do they get to practice, right? Or is it just like a bunch of guys like, yo, what's up? I'm, Garrett. Yo, what's up? I'm Dane. Like, or like, are they just like rolling up like you would at, whatever? Like, you give them a week to practice?
I would imagine that that's where they're at their best.
Oh, wait. So we're saying like we're saying they roll out of bed and play?
That's what they're saying. Is like you roll out of bed to play against a team.
No, they wouldn't be able. They wouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be able to beat D1 teams.
Yeah, you'd have to. No, not a chance. It's like the Alabama. It's like the Alabama football versus the worst team in the NFL argument. It's the same thing that everybody says. It's never true.
But it is. But it is at the end of the day. It's still both college kids. Teams composed of college kids.
But one of them is going through like forced workouts. Like,
no,
these guys are in the weight room 5 days a week.
Beat Wagner. Not saying that Wagner is a tournament team.
But here's where I'm at. You could also find kids at these schools there could be like a Duke dropout, like a Duke kid that's playing in the NCAA.
That's what I'm saying.
And then he's going against a kid from Manhattan, and it's like, all right, well, like he's always been better than the kid from Manhattan.
You also too like the guy who is the Duke dropout, right? He's probably also put on 25 to 30 pounds. He is rotund, right? Playing club lacrosse. He's not at his best. So hang on, I'm looking up the roster.
It's 2 game a conference tournament. It's 2 games. Like, we don't need them to be able to be at top physical performance for a full season. I've seen plenty of large-bodied individuals have success in the summer ball environment just because all they have to do is play one good game. By the way, this Rutgers Harvard game, still 3-1 Harvard, or not 3-1 Rutgers. I mean, this is probably pretty good for Harvard. Like I was hoping that Rutgers would probably get out a little bit more of a lead early on. And their NASCAR offense. Oh well, there it is.
Did you see that? That was a fucking rip.
Yeah.
Oh my
Like
god.
the pole goal last night.
So nasty.
Disgusting.
Who do you think's gonna win, Virginia or Maryland?
I'd love to just see Maryland lose again, like to UVA. Just absolute Joker mode.
Again,
Yeah.
I really do think that losing that game in the regular season was strategic for Virginia because Maryland already got their like quote unquote revenge out of it. Right? Like the quarters a couple seasons ago, last year's championship. Like if they had all of that combined with the regular season with all that revenge factor packed into this one, would be a long, long day for Virginia. But the fact that they already got that out of the way, I mean, the revenge factor is not there as much anymore.
I think they match up so perfectly. Like that's the best matchup you could ask for, right? You got UVA's just gigantic defense, right? And like very tenacious, great on ground balls. And then you got Maryland, who you don't want to play in the middle of the field with, right? So UVA tries to stop transition. Like, I mean, it could be an absolute. It'll be the one of the best games, hopefully, that we've seen in a long time.
I'd be totally content with just like calling the rest of the tournament a wash, and then running those teams back for a best of three.
It's what it should be. It's
Yeah,
crazy that we're getting the national championship game in the quarterfinals.
Yeah,
Donna.
facts.
Donna.
Dude, the way it's such it, you hate it for like, PCAV and all of those guys who got, Eric Dobson and all those guys who just got hot this year, and then just to have your here goes Bartolo. Ooh, D-mid problems. Let's go.
Wait, where are you at? Where are you at in the game right now?
Yeah, I'm with Jake.
4-1. 4-1. The D-mid just hit him with a nasty claw and picked the ball up in there. It's in the.
Okay, yeah, I just got to that.
Okay.
Wow, you guys are significantly ahead of me now.
You got that downtown Philadelphia internet.
Sorry, I'm not building my own processors, Jake. Anyone in the chat got any questions for Shido as he's back here?
Who's Tom Hayes? Does anybody know the Tom Hayes thing?
The coach or player
Died.
I think like long time Rutgers coach.
He was there for like 30 years almost or something.
Yeah. The all-time winningest coach in program history, 194 wins. Looks like 25 years if my math is correct, right? 1975 to 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I said this on the Crease Dive account, but there was this guy who called Dordovic was transferring 2 days before anybody else. Like was tweeting at me and everything, and he said that Dordovic's going to Georgetown.
Yeah, I heard Georgetown as well. And here's my absolute truther moment is Jack Rowlett it was one of like the first 200 people to like Dordovic's announcement on
Really?
Instagram. Yeah, I saw Rowlett go on there, and I was like, that's
so funny.
I was like, it's confirmed, all but confirmed in my mind.
I mean, Dordovic is nasty, but like Alex Simmons is a shooter. So, and then you also get to bring in
Wait, is Alex Simmons going to Georgetown?
No. But I'm saying like what Syracuse is losing in Dordovic, but then bringing in with Alex Simmons, adding Joey Spallina.
That's confirmed.
Trey Deere, I think Trey Deere.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that Alex Simmons is going to Syracuse. That's a Ty Zanders confirmation.
Confirmed.
Sweet.
Stamp that shit.
Damn, that was
Ty
quick.
Zanders approved. I mean, yeah, but like I think on my take with a couple other people, yeah, Trey.
All right, here we go.
Sick.
The Cornell Big Red. Tying it up.
I think my take with the Syracuse thing was like, yeah, it's all well and good. But like, I would like to think that Spallina comes in and changes the entire team, and people like to act like that, but it's gonna be a minute, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
When was the last time a true freshman changed an entire team?
Jordan Evans. Yeah, but he's supposed to be the truth.
Yeah. What about Travis Reed?
Long time ago, Maryland.
Did he?
Bubba Fairman.
Finish?
Bubba Fairman.
Bubba Fairman. Yep. No, Travis Reed definitely did not finish.
I feel like Travis Reed.
Travis
Reed. Did he end up? It's no.
I think he probably. I mean, he probably runs like a hedge fund or something, or like works in private equity now.
But did he end up in Salisbury? Why am I thinking that? No. I don't know. You know who I'm thinking of though? I mean, what completely different, although maybe similar years. Tony Mendez. I don't know if you remember that name at all. But he went to Maryland. He was supposed to be. I mean, I think he like started as a freshman. Was that the same season? But then he ended up in
2008.
in Salisbury. He was nasty. CJ Kirst having himself a nice afternoon here for Cornell.
Absolute beauty of a family.
And then we have Piatelli with the lead. I mean, Cornell. I think they needed that weather delay. Donna hooking them up with the shitty weather in Ithaca.
This is a big one. I've heard from some parents, not great sources, that some of the guys didn't like Gates' playing style. He's apparently holding guys to task. If that's true, Simmons fits in great after playing for Tierney. I mean, I could see it.
Apparently,
holding guys to task.
Yeah, I don't really know exactly.
Being a coach.
I mean, here's the thing. If you hear something from a parent, typically the only parents who talk are the ones whose kids aren't getting playing time, and then they're naturally going to be pissed off anyway. If you have a kid who's playing all the time and playing well, you don't hear a peep from parents.
I forget who was the Syracuse freshman that just left?
I think he played in like 4 games though.
I thought he was going to be big next year though, so that was a little shocking.
You know what they need to stop recruiting offensive players. You got to get some poles in there. Brett Kennedy can't be your entire defense stud, but cannot be your entire defense.
Same thing last year.
Yeah, Corsi.
I mean, yeah, like when you had like Bomberry back there on defense, like that team was pretty solid.
Oh yeah, he had that like highlight reel hit on Tehoka. Tehoka, that was like it's burned into my brain.
Yeah,
great.
Tehoka got picked up.
Yeah, because he's gonna be out there cooking with the boys. Because he is frying people with the Bandits.
It's gonna be fun to fade the chaos for like the first like 2 or 3 weeks of the season.
Oh yeah.
When everyone's still in box mode and everyone's like still playing box, and then bet them to win the championship.
Yeah, then they start running a 3-man weave up top with one guy sitting behind, and then you're all fucked. I'd love to see Cuse be, meet all expectations, right?
They're going to.
Yeah, I was about to say they're going to, but like, does that? Why? I guess everybody puts so many expectations on Cuse, right? They've been through the ringer the past 4 years. The equilibrium's got to be reset at some point.
Yeah, real quick, just the size difference between Mitch Bartolo and literally everybody else on the field whenever he scores, and they bring it in for a little post goal hug is always hilarious to me.
Let me do a shameless plug of a recruit here. It's a name. It's a name I think you're going to hear. Brody Upton.
It's a strong name.
Strong name, first of all. Strong name to start off with. He's going to Princeton. He's 6'5", so 6'6" in cleats. Big boy, big shooter. Plays for 3D New England.
And here comes Rutgers just pouring it on Ross Scott.
Good call.
That's always. I love the announcer's height and then just add 1 more inch in cleats.
Yeah,
as if it makes a difference. But just the next time I go in for my ID, I'm just gonna wear cleats.
Yeah, I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10" in cleats.
They just put that on the ID. Brown hair, brown eyes, 5'8", 5'10" in cleats.
Club lacrosse thing here, Dukes. Me and the boys in the alumni chat were reminiscing. There was one year where the new president of the club decided to give everybody 25 pounds and 2 inches. So there's a year where everybody's 5'10", 165, and the next year they're all 6'1", 190.
Yeah.
So you have guys who are 6'4" and 6'5". You walk out and you're these are all just normal looking guys. I don't know what's going on.
That's what
you
we
put
used to
anything there.
I used to do that in high school football. I think on my senior year, I was probably 6 foot, 160, 165. And I think that on my on this chart I put 6'2", 190, and I lined up next to this guy, and he's like, "You're not 6'2", 190."
Prove it.
Yeah, get on the scale.
4 goals, CJ Kirst.
Good job covering your ass, Jordy, with the tweet. I've always been a huge supporter of Rutgers lacrosse. Yeah,
I've never said anything bad about Rutgers.
You have, but this intensifies everything for next weekend if they win. You have your school. I'll call Penn your school this year. You've been riding Penn high.
Oh, Penn's gonna blow the doors off of.
Dude, they fucking better. We're screwed.
I mean, realistically though, wait, hold up. So what did I say I would do did I say if Rutgers goes to the Final Four, I'll take classes?
I think you said you take a summer class.
I'll take a summer class. But did I say if they make the Final Four or if?
I think the Final Four.
All right, yeah. I mean, it's just tough though, because Sam Hanley's obviously the better massive mutant in that matchup between him and Mitch Bartolo, but it's not there's a massive gap there.
Mitch Bartolo also transferred from Penn, so that's an inner story to look for.
Imagine if he was still between him, who's that Fury kid, that midi number 9, they're just off.
Lully. Lully was sweet at Penn, and then he transferred to Duke.
Mike Murphy was just going on, didn't even watch film of his recruits. He was just looking straight at the height and then adding an inch for their cleats. I
mean, people forget that Penn got hosed in 2019. Jack Ty, Garden City Chaminade product. He had the OT game winner, but he just completely thumbed the ball.
It's not about what you know, it's what you can prove.
Yeah, exactly. Zed.
Shit, is the PLL going back to Georgia this year?
No, and it's am I allowed to, yeah, I'm gonna shit on it. Why would you not come back to Atlanta? Got a growing market here. Come on, guys. It's a huge miss to me. It's a huge miss to me. But that's fine. You gotta grow the game elsewhere.
Where's the closest to you that they're gonna do this summer?
It's gotta be they're doing Florida or North Carolina?
I honestly I haven't looked
Charlotte, yeah.
Ooh.
It'll be Charlotte. But again, like some of it's tough because we have Davis. Davis plays on my box team. He's absolute workhorse. Charlotte's sick. I love Charlotte. Traffic's awful. And I get like you got to expand the market or whatever, but like a big miss on a lot of these, like for the first half, like they should just bump the entire schedule a month, right? Start it in July because all of these weekends, the washed up people like you and I have to coach at tournaments. So I'm not getting to watch these games, man.
Yeah.
Well, I stopped coaching. I stopped coaching the little kids.
Why don't they think about me? I'm coaching high school kids, but like, why don't they think about me, right? Like, why doesn't the PLL do more thinking about the average guy like me? Hey, Dan.
What's up, guys?
Free Dan.
Right. Bringing in our good pal, Dan Arestia, and his feet are not in the screen right now,
Sorry.
but we can make a change at some point. Dan, what's going on, brother?
My Twitter has a tip jar. If you want to see feet,
Yeah, just the tip.
jar's there. How we doing, guys? This Rutgers Harvard game sucks.
Yeah. Harvard's really not showing out.
Yeah. I mean, one guy here knew that was going to be the case.
Yeah, but one guy here is also a sellout and likes to pretend like he hates Rutgers and hates the program and then backtracks on it.
Dan, how blue are those mountains right now?
Oh, it's all blurry.
It's all blurry.
No free ads. Fairly blue.
Quite blue. Yeah, this game, honestly, this game felt over the second Ross Scott made his man fall down, like 40 seconds into the game.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, Rutgers is winning.
Yeah, I mean, Cornell went on a nice little run, but now Ohio State just stopped the bleeding a bit. How long did they go into the locker room for halftime?
For Cornell?
Yeah,
not even 5 minutes.
Yeah, they got back out pretty quick.
I don't even think they went to the locker room. I bet you they were just like at the end lines.
Yeah, go into the corner. Someone's mom brought orange slices.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple pre-cut bananas.
However long that was, too long.
An apple has more potassium than a banana, so.
Somebody's
mom's fucked up if they brought bananas.
Does your high school team have a team mom that brings the oranges?
No, they don't. I just expect them to be properly fueled, and if they get a cramp, it's not my fault. What are you doing with getting a cramp before there's one kid though, his pregame ritual is like a V8 energy drink and a banana, and you could always catch him in the bathroom housing both of those and taking a piss before the games.
I just bring out a nice old platter of brisket at halftime.
Swag.
Dude, shouldn't you be rooting for Rutgers too to protest Harvard getting in over Notre Dame?
Yeah, this puts you in a real pickle as a Notre Dame stan, but a guy who has bought all of the stock in Harvard.
Look,
as a Harvard alum.
Yeah, like I can only get so many degrees from Harvard. Look, I'm a Notre Dame and Harvard guy. Everybody knows that, and a Virginia guy. I don't know. I really it's more of an ego thing. I can't have Rutgers make the Final Four. It's like a more of a I hate Big Ten thing. I've said that since the beginning.
Is this anti-Jersey sentiment? This is anti-Jersey sentiment. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, this could be.
It sounds like that.
That's what it sounds like.
Look,
let me guess. Let's hold on.
Did Rutgers beat Hofstra?
Do you hate Princeton?
No, I don't hate Princeton. I like Yale better.
You thought about it.
I think I might hate Princeton. I don't know. I can't tell.
I think we're getting to the real root cause of your hate here. I think it's anti-Jersey sentiment.
I do hate Monmouth and I do hate NJIT.
As an island guy, like your loyalty is to Hofstra and LIU, Stony Brook, like Binghamton. You might even go as far up as like Albany and Binghamton, right? You try to stick to the greasiest blue collar schools.
Yeah, give me like Rutgers didn't beat Hofstra this year, so we really don't know how good they are.
It's fair. That's a fair.
I bet Donna didn't take that into consideration.
No.
Donna with the two brain cells that are fighting each other for control.
Dan, I'm actually curious because I asked Dukes this question a little bit earlier in the stream, but I don't think either of us were had our brains on enough to come up with a good like what result do you think in this Ohio State Cornell game is a worse look for Donna?
That's kind of tough. So when they did the bracket, in my mind, Notre Dame was in, And like the last spot was like, all right, you guys can flip a coin or figure it out between Ohio State and Duke. So I didn't have like a huge problem with Ohio State getting in. My problem was with Harvard getting in. So like, I mean, I think Ohio State is really good.
But Harvard getting steamrolled here is
that's as bad as it gets. I saw Donna trending on Twitter, and I was like, she watched the game. She trending again. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad look for either team to lose. I think Ohio State is. I mean, like Jack Myers is an All-American. Bobby Van Buren is a monster. Inaccio's going to win every face-off today. I'd say it's worse for them if Ohio State wins, because people will make the gripe, or I guess if Ohio State loses, I should say, people will make the gripe that Notre Dame should have gotten Ohio State's spot. It'll be a worse look for them.
I'm going to go ahead and say it right now at 5:45 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, May 15th. Ohio State is going to lose this game because CJ Kirsch just put in his 5th of the day.
He's so good.
Question for Dan. With all the CT kids going to the private schools, how is Darien still such a powerhouse?
Because their youth program is insane. So like with Darien, they don't cut anybody ever. Like if you want to play, you'll never get cut. There's always going to be a spot for you. And they genuinely don't give a shit about results of games when you're a youth lacrosse player. Like their youth league teams could go over on a season. They wouldn't care as long as your kids learn like specific concepts that are the foundation for what they run in high school. So by the time of Darien 4th grader is like done with their season, if they go 500, cool. But he learns like basic parts of Darien's high school offense. So they all get there and they're like just very, very smart lacrosse players, and they stand out that way.
Well,
yeah, anybody who's good. It's about having a sick youth program. It's not because the high school coach is a magician. It's because the kids have been playing and on the wall since they were 5. And
well, unless you have like a sick assistant coach who just like brings copious amounts of heat during pregame warm-ups.
Yeah, the goalie warm-ups are just D1 goalie warm-ups.
Do you ever shell your kid when you're warming him up?
Every single time.
Do you absolutely do you try to crank it?
I strictly go for corners, and like if I get them on one, like I'm going right back to it.
All right, stick side high for 5. That's like, all right, all over. You're good, right? All over. Just like holding them everywhere.
I'm crow hopping from 15 and I'm serious. I'm crow hopping from 15 and giving him some heat. I'm working up sweat.
I'm not gonna lie. I let some fly from 12.
Do the extra crow hop? Yeah.
I don't know if you guys, but during the Will Perry goalie challenge, this kid that I work with, he plays goalie for the Czech Republic team. So he hopped in net for Will. Will was absolutely shelling him because he was getting warmed up and shit. I start shooting on him. And I must have taken 5 steps before I shot it. I was crow hopping for 5 yards. Just cranking it as hard as I could.
Holy shit.
Question for Dan. Brandau or Shelley?
For what?
I don't know. After Shelley's 8-point game, is that a fuck you to the Shapira? I don't know what that means. To the Chirpers.
To the Chirpers?
That man is bundled right now.
Who's?
Yeah.
Is there somebody out there chirping Schellenberger or Brandau that I don't know about?
I mean, I'm
Tewaaraton? Should Brandau have been in the Tewaaraton finalist ahead of Schellenberger? I think that's defensible. No. I think that you could say yes. He's got 40 more points than Brandau has 40 more points than Schellenberger does.
Yeah,
so I want to say something, and this is a
it's just eye test. So
we kind of talked about this when William Perry was on the stream. Lax factor is crunk. All right, mix in a water before you ask the next question. The Tewaaraton kind of does though need to figure out what it is. Is it whether it's a regular season award, whether it's for the most outstanding player that year, or if
it
it's
should be
just
offensive player of the year.
But or if it's just for the best, because realistically, does Brandau have better stats this year than Shelley? Yeah, absolutely. And realistically, you look at every player in college lacrosse, Connor Schellenberger is the best out of all of them. like you don't take like the stats into consideration. You don't take injuries into consideration. Like he's like the best. So like if the award goes to the best player, then it's Shelley. If it goes to who had the best regular season or like one of the best regular, like you can put Brandow up there. If it's a tournament thing, then yeah, like that sucks for Chris Gray.
Yeah. I think that's the thing that's going to suck for Gray in particular is that all these dudes, well, almost all these dudes are making their case, except for like him and Nick Turn. They all get to keep playing in the tournament and like standing out a little more, particularly Wisnauskas, who like with every passing game, with every passing blowout, he looks more and more like, all right, this is probably going to be the guy who wins it. But
let's not kid ourselves. He's going to win it.
Yeah, he's probably going to win it.
It's like, why do we even have this conversation?
He's going to win it, and I don't even think he's the best player.
It's like the guy on the championship team who ultimately wins it.
Yeah, it's the attackman on the championship team.
The attackman on the championship team. Why don't
it's like pick the guy who had the most points at attack in the regular season, give him attackman of the year or whatever that award's called, and then the Tewaaraton goes to the guy who's there at the end with lifting the trophy. It's kind of how it's gone. Middies never win the award anymore.
Yeah, I agree with this comment. I think the winner of the next, like Shelley could steal it next weekend.
Yeah. I mean,
well, I know there's a school of thought out there for like, is part of it at least also, is there like a career achievement element to this? Because the year that Baptiste was a senior, it was like a face-off guy's never going to win it unless he goes like 95% on the year. But Baptiste had been like game-changing good for 4 years, was just so dominant. There were people trying to make the case like you give it to him because of his career. And like that's the case for Chris Gray this year. Is you give it to him because he just set the score.
Who else was a finalist the year that Pat Spencer finally won?
I'll look it up.
For some reason that one stands out to me like that was again like Pat Spencer obviously was going to have an insane season, but I feel like that was one where it was like all right, like you have to give it to him regardless.
I think that's how Chris Rotelli won it for UVA, because Chris Rotelli beat out like Mikey Powell and I think like Kevin the Whale or something
Harvard.
like that.
Harvard chipping away.
Grant Ement, Jared Bernhardt, TD, Sowers, Spencer.
Ooh,
Okay, so
it's 4 juniors and Pat Spencer.
Throw at a fucking dartboard. Pick any of them.
Yeah, that's gross.
That's like, yeah, that's not great. You could have just I don't know. It's almost like there's a difference between like being an MVP, like you take the player away from the team and then the team isn't the same. And then there's like an offensive player of the year award, right? Like those in my mind are two different things. Like, so who has the biggest impact if you take them away from the team, right? You take Wisnauskas from the team.
I'd go ahead right now and throw
I think they're
CJ
still
Kirsten into the
pretty
mix.
fucking good.
Yeah, I think
they're still pretty fucking good, right?
Yeah,
like
they are still pretty fucking good.
Same thing with UVA, right? Like you take Shelley from the team.
I don't know.
Right? Yeah, well, okay. I mean, then there's an argument there. Like, is UVA the same thing? The same team without Shelley that was Wisnauskas? Like, is that an?
I mean, like, I think that's a similar situation. I think if Schellenberger were to just disappear from Earth tomorrow, Matt Moore does what he does. Like, it looks different, but Matt Moore just does his job.
Like,
does the Schellenberger role.
I think Virginia with Schellenberger is a top 2 team, and without Schellenberger, they're like top, like 15-10.
Well, what was that? I was
like,
watching
I think
that.
with Schellenberger, Virginia's a top 2 team in the country. Like, I do think they're the second best team in the country.
But without, you think what?
Like top 10, like on the fringe of like 10,
Kirst being a monster was not as important as that flick off the ground ball. That was fucking disgusting.
I don't know how to say his last name. It's pretty Italian, but Licciardi.
Yeah, Licciardi.
Oh yeah,
Licciardi.
Cold Spring Harbor kid.
Did you see that? Just ball on the turf, just little backhand flick.
I played with him growing up, and he was just a ground ball machine. He was like the smallest kid on the field, and would just rake up ground balls.
I'm watching Harvard make it interesting over here.
Harvard's making it tight.
All right, I'm gonna hop off so Dan can fire off the serious takes. While I'm gonna go grill, Jordy. So I'm in my fucking element.
Oh,
burgers like Randy from Trailer Park Boys.
Bison burgers.
No bison burgers. These are beef. 90-10 beef, grass-fed, grass-finished. No cheese though. I'm allergic to dairy. Sorry, guys.
Gotta have 80-20.
You've got a lot of dietary restrictions.
I do. It's very uncomfortable for everybody who comes to my house.
All right. Well, Shido, it was great to have you back on. We'll
Love
get
you
you during
guys.
PLL season as well.
Yeah, grabbing during the PLL season. I like the meeting of the minds we have going on here. So I'd like to recreate this at some point. All right.
Bye,
See
Jake.
you later,
Thanks,
guys.
Jake.
Be well.
See you, Jake.
What's up, Dan?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
Duke's favorite deli on the island.
I need to know this. I might go to Hempstead next week. I need the place to go to get. Where do I go for the best chicken cutlet next week? What if I go to Hempstead for the quarters?
There's this Italian deli, Dominic's, and they have this sandwich that's like chicken cutlet, mozzarella, and like some aioli thing. It is so good. I'd probably say that or Adelphi Deli. Adelphi Deli has really good chicken cutlets.
I feel like I've heard that rings a bell to me. I feel like other people have told me Adelphi Deli or something.
Adelphi Deli is really, really good. And then like I don't know, that's also those are two like right by Garden City, so like right by Hofstra. But then like there's this place My Hero that I would, if you're willing to make a little bit of a drive, is probably the best deli.
I haven't been to too many Long Island delis, but Seaport in Port Jefferson is quite, so if you're ever out.
I think
ever out
Spallina
that
swears
way-
by that one. I think Spallina says Seaport's the best.
Yeah, I mean that's right. It's right down the street from Stony Brook.
Yeah.
So. So what's your go-to order there, at whatever those delis are? Like what you
If
want
I'm doing
to
the
do-
chicken cutlet sandwich, me or Dukes?
both.
You go first, Dan.
When I get a chicken cutlet sandwich, it's always the same thing. You ready? It's maybe a little off the map for some people around here, but I go chicken cutlet, mozzarella, red onion, roasted red pepper, and
Yep.
balsamic vinegar.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
That's where it's at.
I mean, I'd maybe like if you can sneak a little bit of pesto on there for me, I'll take it.
My wife is big with the pesto sandwiches. She loves those. She puts pesto on stuff. She puts pickles on everything. It's very weird, but everything. Gets pickles.
We were talking about Ridgefield a little bit earlier when
Oh, yeah.
when Will Perry was on. Have you made it out to Hoodoo Brown at all lately?
Last time I went to Hoodoo Brown was probably like last summer. So not
Okay.
really. I haven't been out there much really. But yeah, they're still the best barbecue around, like by miles. Best barbecue in Connecticut.
Have you ever been to Hindsight?
No.
I think that they might also be in Ridgefield, but I cooked at a brisket event in Brooklyn like maybe a month ago at this point, and they were set up right next to us. Looked like they had some good stuff. So like, I mean, the
Gotta
brisket
give
that
them
I
a
had from them there was good, but like that's also like they're like traveling to New York brisket.
If you go a little further north from Hoodoo and you go to a town called Derby, there's a place called the Dewdrop Inn that has some of the best wings like in America. They're insanely good. They've got like,
Okay.
they do all like they have like 40 wacky flavors and stuff, but if you just still go with like your traditional like
I mean,
mild,
hit
medium,
me with
hot,
a buff-
whatever,
Yeah.
they're some of the best wings you'll ever have.
What's so great about New Haven pizza, Dan?
I don't know, man. It's just better than everybody else's. It depends on where you go. Everyone's got their pizza place. Pepe's is like the most like touristy one, and that it's like the most well known. And they do like a white clam pie, which is I think is pretty
Yeah.
unique to Connecticut, but that is so good. I like Bar, which is like 15 minutes away from where Yale plays their home lacrosse games from Reese Stadium. So you can go there after games and get the old mashed potato and bacon pizza. Oof,
Harvard,
the best.
Harvard, little 2-goal game here.
They're frisky.
All right, so I mean, listen,
They don't quit.
I said that I'm a Rutgers guy this week, but if they lose and I don't have to take summer courses, that's also going to be great.
I think Hayden Cheek's brother is Morgan Cheek, right?
Yes.
Morgan Cheek, was he an All-American? Maybe?
Yes.
It's all
He
Ivy.
was really good.
He
Yeah.
was really good.
Wait. This dude qualified as an alternate at the U.S. Open? Is that like
For golf? Come on.
I would imagine so.
Man,
I mean, all right.
Sure,
so
his luck will change one day,
yeah,
being a Harvard lacrosse starter who qualifies for the U.S. Open. One day things will go his way.
Mother and two brothers all played lacrosse at Harvard, so I'd imagine a legacy family like that probably spends ample amount of time on a golf course. Can probably move the ball around the links a little bit.
I kind of need Kirst to pick it up in goal for Rutgers here a little bit. Because, spoiler alert, I voted him a third-team All-American, so I'm going to look like a dipshit if he stinks today.
Is Entman first team?
No. Entman's honorable mention.
Oh, no. Shambles.
So
I low-key left the Notre Dame guys, like, down the list. And, like, not on purpose. It just kind of happened as I
Yeah.
I
all right.
like,
So what you've got Owen McElroy, then you've got Brett Dobson, then you've got
Kirst.
Kirst,
And then I have honorable mentions are Entman and Cornell.
Okay.
The only first-team guy from Notre Dame I have is Cohen.
I don't hate that. I love Patty Cat, but he had a bad start to the year.
He's an honorable mention All-American in my book.
Do we have a by the way, speaking of Kirst, do we have any confirmation on where the Kirst family is at? Like what game they decided to go to here?
Well, they
You gotta go to college.
they're a Jersey family, so it would make a whole lot more sense to
Maybe they
just keep
split?
it close.
You gotta go to it's your 5th-year senior in New Jersey.
Yeah, it could be
Yeah.
Like, you gotta
Could be his-
look at it like that.
could be his last game.
I think, like, the dad might have passed away, right? Is that true or no?
Yeah, but that was last year.
I think
no,
we're
so
like
I'm
a
saying
year
that,
or
like,
two
you
removed
can't
from
split
that.
it up. So, like, you just gotta pick one. So you just gotta
And he was a Rutgers guy, right?
Yeah,
He played
yeah,
at
yeah.
Rutgers.
Yeah, that's why the kids went and stuff, but
Yeah, well,
like-
because what's it? Connor transferred, in
Right.
because of that.
So did isn't Colin a transfer too?
yep, from Lehigh.
From Lehigh?
From Lehigh, yeah.
Yeah. And Cole is still at Lehigh.
Yes, and then, but maybe this is why CJ Curse is having such a big game today, because he's all pissed off that his family's in
Hates
Rutgers.
his
and he's like,
family
hey,
right now.
Hey, you're not gonna come and watch me? How about I just put
Yeah.
up 6 real quick and
Catch me on
45 minutes
ESPN
of
Plus when you
lacrosse?
get home, assholes.
Yeah. I mean, this game's opened up a little bit. I think 2 more goals for Cornell, and that'll probably seal it. I mean, I like where it's at right now, but
Yeah.
How many more years do I give Peter Milliman? I mean, I don't think he's on the hot seat, really, to be honest. I know, like, I was as down on Hopkins as anybody this year. I thought they sucked, but he still hasn't really gotten, like, I don't think he's 4 years in yet. He hasn't had a full group of his own guys there. That roster was not exactly loaded when he took over the place.
so then my follow-up question on that then would be, all right, so if you say that Milliman's fine for a couple more years, how many more years do you give before Junior decides, all right, I'm out of here, I can't deal with this anymore?
I don't know. I don't have a vibe on how much Junior likes it or doesn't like it there, but
I feel like
I feel like they need to start
come
questioning.
pretty
They
soon.
need to start being involved in the portal, like the right way, where people are coming to you and not leaving. I feel like Junior has to be able to pull a couple of kids, right? The chance to play for
I mean, just the Canadians
Junior,
alone.
grab some Canadian guys. Like,
Yeah.
I know Simmons just went to Q's or whatever, but like I would hope Junior, like, when he hit the portal, was making those phone calls, because that's a kid who they'd love a kid like that at Hopkins right now.
Yeah. Is Simmons Canadian, or is he a?
Yeah.
Or no, is he a Calf? What?
No, he's Canadian.
I mean,
Goes to
either
Denver
way,
and shoots like crazy. He has to be. Like,
Yeah.
he counts. If he's not Canadian, he's Canadian.
I know he went to Culver.
I want to say, why do I think he's from?
He's
Cal?
from Ontario.
Is he? Okay. Yep. Who's the kid that they had from California? Is that the?
On who? On Denver?
Yeah. Oh, Silstrop.
JJ. Yeah. Get this. All right, Cornell's pulling away. Let me get this
Yeah,
box.
Cornell's.
Jesus, CJ.
Celtics pulling away.
My guy Piatelli with 3 points today. I can't believe he went undrafted.
Not picked up either.
I don't know if anybody. I hadn't heard anybody picked him up. All the waiver claims and everything are done. So
Big pickup for the Redwoods. James Spence in net out of Lehigh.
did they grab him? I liked
Yeah.
him. I like him a lot.
Springfield product. Just a great locker room guy. Always positive. He's gonna make a big impact
Who
there.
grabbed him? The Woods.
Yeah.
That's a tough goalie room to crack, man.
He'll fit right in there though with Coach Collins and the gang.
Right. Yeah. Coaches in the PLL sometimes just do that, and you can even see it on draft day. Guys, some of these coaches they just draft guys who are like they know that are from the same area as them that they know already of, where it's like
Yeah. Like
I didn't see the highlights.
Hey, am I gonna like being next to this guy for
right.
every weekend? Like, am I gonna like spending my summer next to this guy?
Yeah, just like pulling the curtain back a bit. Like there is not an astronomical amount of research getting done before these drafts. So like these guys, a lot of these coaches just fall back on, the guys that they again from our regions they know or they've coached before or like a buddy of theirs has coached before, that kind of thing.
I mean, remember?
Tell us how you felt about the draft. I know that I know that Dukes had mentioned something on Twitter where Dukes you thought it was a great draft, and then it looked like you slightly disagreed, maybe online. Sometimes there are disagreements on Twitter.com.
Did I?
Lone.
I thought it was okay. I mean, somebody's got to step in and intervene before Sean Quirk like torpedoes that team any further. Like if I'm Ben Rubio, I'm just going to continue to make deals with him as long as he wants to give first round picks away. But
yeah, it's ridiculous.
There's like a chance if the Cannons are the worst team in the league, then he probably traded Sam Hanley for Bubba Fairman, because the other pick was the goalie who's going to play or is about to go compete with Drake Porter. Like you signed Drake Porter and then you traded a first round pick to reach for a D midi and draft a guy that plays a position of the guy you just signed. Like what are we doing?
You want to know what the Sean Quirk Ben Rubio relationship kind of reminds me of, Dan? Are you an Always Sunny guy?
Yeah.
So Charlie's uncle, the lawyer, and then making deals with like the actual
My
lawyer.
name's Jack Kelly. I'm a lawyer.
My hands look just Sean Quirk making trades and like, do my hands look small?
I don't get it. The trade. I mean, like watching the draft was weird too. That like Ben Rubio are looking straight into the camera and being like, "I'm gonna propose a trade." It's like that felt weird to me as a viewer. And then like Paul and Rachel like saunter out onto where all the coaches are and they start like discussing. I know some of the other coaches were like, "We don't know what the fuck's going on here." Like that just kind of happened. So
It just felt more like wasn't it like 2 years ago? It was on like Twitter Spaces.
they did one on. They did like they did an entry draft. They did one of their drafts in a Twitter space,
I
and
think it was the expansion. Yeah, either the expansion or the entry draft on Twitter
Yeah.
Spaces. Because I remember that
And
because I was
saying the
driving home
MLL.
from a game. What's up?
I was also saying like the MLL draft. Like the MLL draft felt like fake, and then like the PLL draft the first year was like 2 rounds and it was over in 15 minutes. So like the
Yeah.
fact that it was like on ESPN lasted longer than like it was like around like an hour 45, 4 rounds. It just felt like the most legitimate draft.
Yeah, well, most years they are fake. I mean, like quote unquote fake. Most years they're done ahead of time, and like a couple days later they got the show that they put on. So like this year they really did it like right then and there in Bristol, which is cool. You know, there were some other things about it where I was like, there was some like production hiccups that were weird. I don't know, like nobody really said anything. I don't know if people noticed, but like when Wisnauskas got drafted and they showed his highlight package, there were absolutely Bernhardt highlights in his highlight package. There were plays of Bernhardt wearing number 1 and scoring goals. I was like,
I didn't notice that, but that was hilarious.
I didn't get a chance.
Whoa,
to watch
Wisnauskas' feet look really good.
this guy's really fast. Got a hell of a question mark.
No wonder he's going number 1.
Yeah, the Falcons should sign this guy.
CJ Kurst, another one.
Did he score again? He's got the touchdown. All right. So the bracket is then the winner of Cornell-Ohio State plays who? Let me look at this. I got to see what the games are that I'm going to go see next week.
So what? It's Princeton, Yale, and then who else is on the island?
So Princeton, Yale. Winner of Rutgers, Harvard plays Penn. Winner of Cornell, State plays winner of Georgetown, Delaware.
But which ones are in?
The Hempstead ones are the Ivy League games. Are Princeton, Yale, Penn, and Rutgers or Harvard.
Big for Penn to not have to do a significant amount of travel there.
I really wanted the Maryland Virginia game at Hofstra.
Yeah, I mean the fact that both of them have to go to Ohio sucks.
I really wanted the Maryland Virginia game 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
I wanted the Final Four game out of that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
I
championship
felt like
game.
I picked my Final Four. I was like, well, Virginia and Maryland have to be there. There's no you can't not pick one of the two of them. This was in the beginning of the year, and then I was like, and then I'll take Yale, and I think I took Notre Dame, and I was like, well, my Final Four stinks because one of my teams didn't make the tournament, and two of them play each other in the quarterfinals. So
we were also saying, I remember like a couple weeks ago we were talking about how it's going to break down. I was like, Maryland's going to get fucked somehow, and they're going to get like the toughest game of the quarterfinals with either like playing like Notre Dame or Virginia. Like they're going to get like screwed somehow, and it's exactly happening.
yeah,
They can obviously win, but
I mean, like if they beat Virginia, like the winner of Princeton Yale is not exactly a cakewalk of a game either. Like there's no easy games left when you're in the semifinals, but like, of the teams that are going to be remaining, if you're Maryland, you want to play would you rather play Penn or Rutgers? Would you rather play Princeton?
I keep saying that I think that Penn when they're going,
Yeah.
I think can be and obviously Maryland has all the D mids, but I still feel like if you can get your middies going against them, you might have a fighting chance to not get your ass kicked. Like if you're just relying on your attack, like there's probably a good chance that Makehart and the boys are just going to shut it down pretty
Yeah.
I think Penn getting more from the midfield probably, but again, then they'll just go 10 straight minutes where they're pissing the ball away on the clear, and then Maryland will score 9 times in those 10 minutes.
Yeah, and Penn also has no depth, none. They run 4 offensive middies, 5 maybe. One of them is Shipley, who basically plays both ends.
Yeah, Sam Hanley was gasping, in the second quarter yesterday.
Right. So on that hot Hempstead turf a week from now,
87 degrees.
Yeah, and he's been up and down a couple times, come championship weekend time, up at Rensselaer. You gotta. I feel like Penn needs to find 1 or 2 more guys who just won't fuck up. Just you can put them out there to move the ball along, to transfer the ball reliably off Hanley dodge. He rolls away from a slide. This guy can just take the transfer pass and move it to the backside for an attack over there or something like that. They just need a couple more guys who can play. But
they could probably use a Mitch Bartolo.
Yeah, exactly. Another 6'6" midfielder. We got robbed of seeing him and Hanley play together for several years because Hanley had that awful spleen injury where he basically didn't play an entire year. Then we had COVID, and so they really only played together as this 1-2 juggernaut of athletes for a year.
What do you guys think about the Rutgers Hill?
I think that I would be way more into Rutgers as a program if they played the majority of their games here.
Totally agree.
I like this too. I like this kind of. I like watching games at Klockner for UVA or whatever. The Brown game the other night, that was awesome. That crowd was so good.
Yeah.
It's not a football stadium, and I'm not one of those people who's it has to look full for it to be cool. I think it can be cool in football stadiums, but something about college sports and that kind of atmosphere is just it's a lot of fun.
You think that the PLL will ever go to Providence now?
I mean, why would you go to Providence? They're going to go to Gillette all the time, right?
Yeah,
They're going
I
to
hate
like
Gillette.
always have something at Gillette. And if you're going to do Gillette, you kind of can't do Providence too.
Well, they're doing Long Island and Fairfield.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm pumped. I got my pass.
All right, we
already
got
for
Marcus
Fairfield.
Holman. Gonna add him.
All right.
Up.
What
Marcus,
up?
up?
what's up, brother?
I just hopped out of the screen right as you introed me. So
Dude, big fan of the exposed brick. I'm a
Welcome.
huge,
Yeah, it's Baltimore
huge
City
exposed
based.
brick.
these are our pets. My wife. This is her beautiful decoration.
Yeah, what are their names?
This is Biscuit. He's just absolutely taking a nap right now. And then Bruce is the cat, named after Bruce Lee, for his martial arts ability.
All right. How's everything been? You got any more games you're calling?
Good, man. No, I really enjoyed it. I did like a couple of the CAA games late in the season, and then just on late notice called that Delaware Robert Morris game, which was a blowout. But nothing as of now. I was hoping maybe to get a call for some of these weekend games, but now we're here in the chat, so it's all good.
This is the best broadcast of the weekend, I promise.
You did get a call for the weekend games, just not the
Exactly.
one you were
Yeah.
thinking you were going to get.
Right, exactly.
This one pays better.
Yeah, how you guys doing? I'm cranking right now. I got Ohio State on the laptop. I got Toronto and Buffalo just fired up on the big screen here, watching the indoor guys.
How's Captain America doing?
I haven't seen him yet. Josh Byrne came out of the box and scored like 30 seconds into the game. So both these teams are stacked. And we got my Archers teammates are obviously Tom, and then we have Latrell Harris
Yeah.
for Toronto, who's a beast, and then Connor Fields for the Bandits.
So do you think that so you watched the Delaware game? You called it the other day. Do you think that Delaware has any chance tonight against Georgetown?
I called them against Drexel in their CAA semifinal game. Like they worked.
Ty Kerrs had like 8 goals in that one.
Yeah, and then they just waxed Robert Morris too. I mean, Robert Morris isn't Georgetown, but
Yeah.
I think the spread is like 6.5. I would take Delaware. I think with the points there, I think they cover that.
I mean, I think that Mike Robinson is one of like the better shooters.
Dude, their attack is
nasty.
That kid JP Ward plays at X.
Yep.
He's like righty lefty, great quarterback, and then the Kurtz kid is a righty who's a shooter too. And Robinson.
Dan, how have your picks been doing lately? Have you been? I know you might have had a rough weekend the other week, but are you
On the
around?
season? I think I'm north of 50% on the season. Last week, I think I went like, or whatever. It was last week or 2 weeks ago. I went like 1 for 5 or something like that. I had an awful week, but that kind of scared me away, and I've been hesitant since. I was thinking I liked that big line in the Georgetown Delaware game too, though. I'm a sucker for like really big spreads in lacrosse games, though.
Yeah.
I love like a good 7.5. I don't even care who's playing. Just give me the.
Unless you're playing Maryland.
Yeah, unless it's I'm not touching Maryland. Games.
Well, that's like those Alabama football lines where it's like 30, and you're like, all right, like there's no way, like they're gonna have their. Oh wait, hold up, was that a goalie goal? No, I think it might have. All right, so Chase Erlin launched it down the field against the 10-man. I think it might have tipped off of Piatelli though.
Are we watching Rutgers or are we watching Ohio State right now?
It doesn't really matter. Like weather delay really jammed up everything, but that was.
Yeah, I was seeing if Ohio State could kind of claw back in, but Cornell's been great.
Hold on, I just need to see though who they're giving this goal to though, because I don't know if it
not Chase.
Oh, you're already ahead of me.
No, just for sure. It was definitely deflection.
Yeah, but it could have been an own goal.
Oh, true.
Nah, they gave it to Piatelli.
So does Sam King, is he going to win the Tewaaraton next year or the year after?
Gilman guy. He went to my high school.
He's legit.
We actually we played in the alumni game this fall together. Like we ran an attack, and I was very impressed just with he had like 5 goals in the alumni game. He was tearing it up.
Yeah, I really like watching him play.
Yeah, he's great.
We had your future goalie on earlier, Brett Dobson.
Yeah, how was that? I saw the reaction video of him getting drafted was pretty epic.
Yeah, he loves the game of lacrosse.
Yeah,
He's a really cool kid to talk to. We were like, "Are you gonna watch the game?" He's like, "Nah, I don't have an ESPN Plus, so I'm just gonna go off what you guys are saying." I was like, "All right, hopefully you can get a subscription with the PLL."
Yeah, get
college kid
get
can't
the Archers group chat going, and someone send him a sub.
Yeah,
I loved his video too. All the other ones that I saw were like guys in their dorm room with like a few friends or like people with their family. Dobson was like at a bar, just like crushing Bud Lights with people. They just have the team and draft on there.
Yeah, it had the looks of like St. Bonnie's lost to Manhattan in the semis. And, like, you just go on that like 3-day bender.
Yeah.
Season's over. Like, yeah, it's a Tuesday night, and then like they're just filling the bar out.
He was like, he graduated this morning, and Jordy was like, "You kind of look like shit." And he's like, "I was sweating my balls out in that gown."
Yeah, been there. That's that college graduation is useless to go to. Oh, it tipped. Oh, wow. I'm way behind you guys.
Where are you? Are you
at Cornell tip?
Okay. Yeah, you might the Archers and their streaming. Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't get Brett Dobson to get on the game. Marcus is like 3 minutes behind.
It's all good.
Speaking of future Archers teammates, though, so I mean, Matt Moore coming to the Archers. I mean, listen, a lot of people are saying there's only one ball.
One ball.
How do you make?
I've been perfecting the off-ball dodging skill set for years now. So yeah, I mean, he's incredible. I'm excited to just run around with him, and I mean, he's dynamic, right? He can come out of the box. Like,
Yeah.
I think we're just gonna have like a fluid offense this year. Coach Bates has talked about, potentially running me and Manny out of the box too, just to like draw different matchups. And I mean, you have a bunch of guys that can play both midi and attack. So like Connor Fields was like won attackman of the year, like the first year in the PLL, and now he's playing midfield. That's like crazy how fluid a lot of those guys are. So
all right, that right there, that should do it for Cornell.
Yeah, I just flipped back to Rutgers. I'm glad Harvard is actually making this a game.
Same.
I was about to go full blown
Fire Donna.
Are they in the tournament? Why is Notre Dame at home? Strictly because a lot of their players are wearing black cleats with white socks. I'm just very confused about that look.
So are you rooting for Virginia? We had Will Perry on earlier, UNC guy. He said that
And then I want to just talk about how they put Maryland and Virginia against each other in the quarterfinals. Like, that is, like, listening to the broadcast last night with the UVA game, like, back-to-back national champions. You win the ACC regular season, and you have to go on the road the first round of the playoffs, and then you have to play Maryland in the second round. Like, imagine the disrespect those guys are feeling. Like,
and let's not forget that Donna Woodruff graduated from Penn. Who does Penn have to play? They have to play the winner of Rutgers Harvard to make the Final Four, but Maryland has to play Virginia, and Virginia has to play Maryland.
That's what I was saying. I was like, Maryland should be playing either the winner of the Rutgers Harvard game, or Ohio State Cornell. Like,
it's ridiculous. We're watching the national championship right now.
My only thing with that, though, is you can't have Maryland Rutgers as a quarterfinal game because everyone will, well, no, not just because of the conference, but because everyone will turn it off by the end of the second quarter. Like, Maryland will be up by 17 again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I did love the point you made, Jordy, about how Virginia just kind of rolled the ball out earlier this season. Like, we don't really care about this regular season game against Maryland. Like, you guys can crush us all you want. Like, it's interesting going into next week. I don't know. I mean that's just that's the Danowski playbook right there, right? It's like nothing really matters until the tournament gets going. Yeah.
I just saw a facial reaction there. Did we see anything nasty or?
Who's the kid number 5? Rutgers. I'm way behind.
That's
Ross-
Ross
Ross-
Scott.
Ross
There's
Scott.
nobody out there who can guard him right now. He's just cooking people.
Yeah, he just went up the hash and went low to high.
See now I'm behind in that one.
Woo!
I also remember Jordan. We were also talking that Virginia game against Maryland. Like they were getting crushed, but remember we were saying it didn't even feel like the defense played that bad.
Yeah, I mean, like there was. Like,
I think Virginia. I mean, I'm going to take Virginia for sure. I think that I've been Virginia all year. I also think that when you're the hunter, rather than the hunted, like, but also at the same time, like Maryland, like did Maryland has like the just like last year to remember, but did they get that out of the way earlier in the season?
Right. Yeah,
I mean, if that game comes down to overtime and we get another phantom goal.
Dude,
All right. Well, all right. So Dan, Dan, there's your big Colin Kerr save that you needed to make your All-American pick look good.
That's right.
the Curse family thing is pretty cool too. I know that's been like the storyline of the day, but
Yes.
that's pretty dope.
I do think like it. So Mark, you think about this. So if we were to run out a tournament and the only teams were like families that play lacrosse. So like you have the Gates, you have the Pals, you have the Cursed,
Kavanaugh's.
Stanwicks, Kavanaugh's.
Bro, the Holmans. I had an older bro
yeah.
played at UNC, backup goalie. He never played a lot, and then my sister was freshman of the year at UNC too. So
all right, so you break out the Holmans.
Yeah.
Who would you have now? Again, like think about like, all right, yeah, are the Pals disgusting? Sure. Do they have a goalie? No.
So wait, is this like a 3-on-3 tournament, or is it like
We'll go 3-on-3. If you don't have a goalie, we'll turn the net over.
okay, like a 3-by game? Yeah, I mean, a lot of good families out there. Stanwicks definitely up there. Pals, I've played some 3-by with Casey. He's nice with it.
Have you ever played his? Have you played his speed lacrosse?
Yeah, speed lacrosse. That's what we played. Yeah, I mean, pretty similar. But yeah, I mean, and you got to throw the Curse up there. They're like, I didn't even realize the kid for Cornell is like a lefty shooter, and then they have the big, who's the one that plays now for the Whipsnakes?
Connor.
Big
Connor.
Brady.
Yeah.
And they have the monster at Lehigh, who's like, he's solid. And then the goalie too. It's like I mean, well balanced team
Yeah, they're gonna have substitutions. They're gonna be running fresh all day.
for sure.
Just imagine just showing up to their backyard, just those shoot arounds.
Yeah, a lot of meat.
A lot of meat.
Guys, I'm gonna head out. I gotta get my kids fed. But thank you for having me on. This was fun.
All right,
Dan,
Dan.
it was great to have you on. We'll have you on an episode soon. We'll talk some
Sounds
more Connecticut barbecue.
All right, man. Be
See
well,
you
guys.
All right, Dan, thanks for stopping by, brother. I mean,
God, I love lacrosse.
It's a great sport.
I just
Going back and forth from this like beautiful field, sunny grass, and then like going indoors, and there's like 20,000 people in Buffalo.
the only thing that's just really hard for me this year is now finally at a point where they show Connor Busick on the sidelines after goals, and I'm now seeing coaches that are younger than me. So
Yeah,
Yeah, it's tough.
I'm glad they were giving him some camera love, and I'm glad he was getting excited. He's an awesome dude.
yeah, good. I mean, good looking cat too to throw on. Get a little FaceTime for him.
Yeah. I mean it's crazy. The PLL is going to look a little bit different this year. Like a lot of guys retiring for a lot of different reasons, but kind of like I think they did like the graphic with like every single guy that retired. It was like that team would be competitive.
If they just had to make a playoff push and then didn't have to worry about a full season,
Yeah, right.
they could legitimately be a threat. Whoa. Rutgers looks the part.
Yeah, they're solid, man. if I hear NASCAR offense one more time, I'm
Oh
gonna
my gosh.
mute the TV. Like, bro, we did it. Also, like, we didn't invent anything. Like, it's just playing fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you pass down and pick down with your D middies. Like, Loyola literally did that in 2012 and won a championship. It's just not like, I don't know.
I mean, in the selection show, like they announced that Rutgers got it, like was in with the 6th seed, and like before the phrase 6th seed was even like finished, they were like, Rutgers with the NASCAR offense will be your 6th seed.
Like, I do think it's cool though that they play fast like that. Like the Brown Virginia game was epic until Virginia started pulling away. But like just the pace of that game, like letting your middies dodge in 5-on-5 situations, and like I think it's fun to play that way. Like,
yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to with the shot clock. I mean, 80 is still like a lot of time, so like you can like get into it a little bit, but like. But if there are teams that like see the shot clock and they're like, all right, like we have to go, like you can't be a team that's like, all right, they like to go, like we're gonna completely take the air out of the ball.
Yeah,
you only have 60 seconds to work with.
Yeah, like a thought we had at when I was coaching at Utah, and we never really could like expand on it, but it's kind of a cool idea, and I think you're seeing some of this in like with a kid like Bubba Fairman is like recruiting attackmen to make them like D middies.
Yeah.
Like you recruit like a solid attackman that's like athletic, but then you're just like, dude, we're gonna put like 10 pounds on you and make you a D midi so that they can get stops and they know spacing and like cutting when they come down and play offense.
Yeah, you're like, don't send me the highlight film of your goals. Just give me your rides.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Just the rides, the GBs. Yeah. So like, I mean, I think that's you're kind of seeing that in the PLL, like how valuable those guys are that can do both.
Duke, I feel like Duke would do that for a while. I mean, I remember like Long Island kids or like upstate New York kids. I'd be like, wow, they were really good offensive players in high school. And then all of a sudden you're stuck at D mid, but you saw it pay off. They won national championships because of it.
Right. They take their freshmen and just put them down on the defensive side. And then like if you're good enough, eventually during your freshman year you can play offense. But like you start, playing defense.
Yeah, I feel like. I mean, he wasn't a D mid. He was he was an everything guy. But like Chris LaPierre,
yeah,
like he was like.
Was he the first D mid?
What's up?
Was he like who's like the OG D mid?
Well, like that. I'm saying like he's like the, like in this current generation of lacrosse, like the first guy who came in as like that guy doesn't leave the field. He'll just play both ends.
Right.
And then like Ryan Conrad came along as well.
Yeah. Marathon mids. You guys ever do that drill in where it's like a 4-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-4,
yes,
5?
Yeah,
like you just literally have to run like the whole 5.
I'd go see the trainer.
Yeah.
Like, coach, my ankle's acting up right now. My knee's locked up. Can't do it. Marcus, everyone's favorite club to D1 guys, Stout. What is it like inheriting from club guys like that, like a ball? What's the mentality with that upgrade?
Great question. So Josh Stout, number 1 for Utah. Really, really crazy story. He was like on the club scene as a freshman in high school and was playing really well for West Coast Stars, like was getting some looks from some big time Division I schools, and his dad sadly passed away like unexpectedly. And he pretty much just like gave up on the club scene as a freshman in high school, like just played for his high school team, just played local. He's like best friends with Bubba. And when we came out to Utah, we heard about him and we were like, come play for us. And the kid works so hard. And then I think our first year Division I, he had like 40 goals.
Damn.
And eventually he stuck with it. And it was really cool to see like some of those. I mean, it was tough, right? You're kind of like when we were transitioning from club to D1, like we were bringing kids to school to try and see if they could eventually be Division I players. But like some of these kids just couldn't cut it. And then, you know, what's really cool, like a legacy piece of it, which is so weird. Like Utah just won the NCAA Division II club championship. And like, the kids that were scoring and like playing were all kids that like we cut from our. We felt bad at the time, obviously, but we were just like, guys, we're playing Division I lacrosse, as you hear the inner city sirens here in Baltimore.
I mean, the greatest MCLA D2 recruiter ever. Then
Yeah, so it's like I like texted my dad and like Will and Adam that, and we were just like, that's a legacy title for us at Utah. But those kids were great, but we made it very clear to them, like, I just don't think some people don't know how. And I know you guys are talking about like the NCAA, could they compete? But like just the inner workings of being a great Division I player, like you're lifting, you're practicing, like you're watching film. Like it's not just show up and practice like 3 days a week.
Yeah.
I want to make sure everyone know. I said for like if you had to play 2 games.
I'm not fact checking.
2 games, a whole season, you wouldn't last. But 2 games and 2 games in May, right? It's not having to play 2 games in February where you got to deal with the cold. Like this is like
100%.
sunny, 75. Got a couple beers waiting for you in the cooler after the game.
If an MCLA All-Star team could compete in the MAC and NEC tournaments, I'm with you there. If you gave them like a week to practice.
Yeah. I also need to see. I need to see how many kids transferred from a D1 school to an MCLA school. Like I would need the list. I need the schools, and then I need to come up with the roster myself.
Yeah, Kyle Hartzell's
you need to come up with a couple algorithms.
Yeah, and then I need to add myself to the roster.
Yeah, Hartzell's got it made. Just being able to live
got
in
it
Austin
going
now.
at UT. He texted me. He said we got a couple of popular kids coming down to go to school. Like,
yeah, I mean,
it's university.
You tell me you can come down, live in Austin for a couple years,
right.
Play some like, yeah, sign me up. What was it like coaching Jimmy Perkins, having to coach a guy who's older than you?
Yeah. Oh man, he was great. He's a ball of energy, just flying around the field, like sometimes chaotic, but always had a smile on his face. He's like that little. I think his nickname became like Young Sung. You remember that kid from like Kicking?
Yeah.
Top on his. But yeah, he was great.
Great kid. We had him on the show. I think that might have been before you came on, Dukes.
Nice.
But while everyone was, I mean, him and Sherilyn Beatty's just both.
Just 28.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna see that with a lot of these kids, like me and Manny and like Ratliff, and we're like texting about these seniors that are like 24.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I was literally I was 21 my first year playing pro lacrosse, and these kids are going to be like 24. And
you redshirt and you get the COVID year.
Yeah, these kids are nasty.
And maybe you get maybe you're a late birthday and you get held back at some point.
Yeah.
In high school, like
right.
You're coming in 25, maybe turning 26 in the middle of the tournament.
Yeah. It's legit.
Well, I'll tell you what, the youth for Harvard right now starting to show. It might be.
Yeah, and like Rutgers is, I feel like they're experienced and their goalie's good. If you have a good goalie, like you're going to be in every game, and it gives you a leg up if you're in May. Face off and goalie.
Now Rutgers what? Rutgers Penn basically. If Rutgers holds on.
That's a good game. Did they play?
Yeah, they'll play next week at Hofstra.
Or like, did they play this season?
No, they didn't play yet. Rutgers really didn't play anyone, I feel like, all year, besides Maryland.
Yeah, they're out of conference. They
lost to Princeton.
I had Ohio State against Cornell. That was not a good thing.
I mean, they played Loyola, which scheduling that game sounds good in theory. Maybe not as much this year.
Yeah.
Although people forget that Loyola beat Duke.
People forget that.
Yeah.
A lot of people beat Duke.
Yeah. A lot
of mid-majors beat Duke this year.
Who was your biggest rival when you were at school?
This is weird to say, but it was probably a mix between Duke, obviously, because Carolina Duke is across the board. Basketball, football, every sport it was big, but it wasn't really a rivalry because Duke beat us, I think, all 4 years in the regular season. They had like Carolina hadn't beaten Duke in like 5 years before I got there. So like, yes, it was still a big game, but you know, rivalry has to be like both teams win.
Yeah.
At the time, it just like wasn't that. So like our rival, I feel like was Maryland because they were still UC. We had some epic games. I don't know if you guys remember like the mini brawl game that we had. Like there were some punches thrown and the benches like semi-cleared, which was kind of awesome. But yeah, we had some good games with them, and then they beat us in the quarterfinals. They had the hidden ball trick with Brian Farrell. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Did you have anything with Notre Dame? And I know that when we had Will Perry on, he had mentioned that Notre Dame was always a big one for them, and that had gotten passed on from some older guys.
I think maybe we played them my junior and senior year. Junior year we beat them in overtime. Senior year we lost to them in overtime. We were up like 9-7 with a minute 20 left, and like Matt Cavanaugh scored like 3 goals, and they beat us in overtime. Like I was like, okay, this kid's very good, and he's clutch. But yeah, like it was never like nasty, I don't think, until like the following years, and then it became kind of it's a nice hate rivalry right now on Twitter. You know, Brian Balcom, the goalie from UNC. There's a lot of good.
Oh, you know what? I forgot about that Twitter now, because when Will mentioned that like there's like some hatred there, like I forgot all about that little Twitter spat.
Yeah. It kind of started like during that, maybe that championship run, because like people forget that. I mean, Carolina was like 500 that year, and they were down 15-10 in their like last game of the season against Notre Dame. Like they had to win that. They were down by 5 goals like going into the fourth quarter. Miraculously won, then like snuck into the tournament and played Marquette on the road, and then beat Notre Dame again in the quarterfinals to get to the Final Four. So like, I feel like, just got kind of nasty there at the end. But the Evan Connell hit too. I don't know if that was a lot, like with the unnecessary roughness. Yeah, like it's a healthy rivalry. You got to have them.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a part of a Lake Placid championship with Evan Connell, so I'd probably say it's probably his favorite championship.
Yeah.
That he has so far.
That's incredible. Yeah. Nice guy off the field. On the field, a little bit of a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of. Which, you know, you need those type of guys.
How's Kluch doing in that Bandits game right now?
He's good. He's just, wielding his stick on that lefty wing like a magician. Dane Smith scored. That guy's very good. Dane Smith's game is like so unique, like the way he just like moves. Like
he's way too big to move as smooth as he does.
Yeah, right. And that's like, again, watching these games, you're like, oh, he's got a like quick first step for sure. And then you go out on the field and he's like literally 6'4", like 220.
Oh yeah. Well, because like he'll just be so good at getting underneath and then just still having so much room to get. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, so what do we got here? We got 13-7 Rutgers.
Like, kind of. I'm a little disappointed in some of these games, to be honest.
It's the worst tournament of all time.
I mean, yesterday, I had really high hopes that this tournament was going to be. Listen, it's the tournament. I'm still going to love it, but I thought it. I was like, all right, you know what? Like everyone did all their bitching about the selection, but during that, during the Penn Richmond and during that Yale St. Joe's game, I was like, all right, you know what? Like everyone was bitching. This tournament kicks ass.
Yeah.
First half of Virginia Brown, but then since then it's been
like even I got slack for this the other day. Like during the Yale game, I tweeted out like this game is making up for the first 2 games, and Ratliff was like, "Why did like?" He texted me like, "What do you mean like that game went to overtime? Like it was a sick game." I was like, "Did you actually watch the game? Because like it sucked. Like the guys were passing the ball. There was like 45 turnovers in that game. Like that was not."
Yeah. I mean, tough weather scene, but still, like just so many and
like the overtime was cool. Like I give credit to Richmond. Like an awesome program. Like Coach Chimati, I think, has done a great job there, like crushing that program. But that like wasn't a good lacrosse game by any means. Like
No, it was an exciting lacrosse game, but as far as like the product on the field,
right.
not as much.
And then Yale St. Joe's was sick. Like cool to like see some of those St. Joe's guys get on the national scene. Like that kid Levi, that lefty.
Oh my God, he's sick.
Yeah.
I love watching him.
Marcus, everyone has a goalie that gives them trouble. Who is the goalie or goalies that for some odd reason budged up your flow? All right. We'll go back to the MIAA Baltimore scene. Tyler Fiorito, goalie from McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big lefty. Could never score on him in high school. So that was probably the first guy. And then professionally, oh man, if you're gonna make me have to pick someone, Blaze is good. I mean, if you look at my numbers against him, like I've scored a lot, but he's definitely like he makes you earn it. You know, like I feel like he doesn't allow easy goals. But yeah, if you really want my honest answer, like I think every goalie stinks.
Love that.
Good shot, good shooter beats a good goalie. That's just my creed. And I'll stick to
If you see a goalie wearing sweatpants, do you have extra confidence in your shot?
Dylan Ward's big sweatpants guy. He's a great goalie. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not like in or out on that because I probably wouldn't wear them if I was a goalie. But like, I get it if it like makes the ball hurt less. You guys should have seen what Adam Gittleman was like experimenting with, like with goalie hockey pads on his like bare shins. All right, dude, you good? And I always thought, like, why don't goalies wear more pads on their like legs? Is it literally just for the aesthetics so that people don't call you a pussy? Like,
I think you can't get
ego
caught.
thing.
Yeah.
I will say that like in high school, if someone wore sweatpants, like I was a big sweatpants guy for goalie, but if someone wore sweatpants, I'd be like, "Do you have padding underneath?" And like I take my stick and like tap the shins or something. Like feel the padding. Like
it is crazy. Like you look back on like old hockey photos of like the goalies that weren't wearing any helmets and you're like, what the hell were they thinking back then? Like I think that there's probably a chance like 30 years from now people will look at lacrosse goalies without wearing any shin pads. They'll be like, what the hell were they doing back then?
My dad played goalie at Hopkins in the early 80s. He said he didn't wear a chest protector.
And that's nuts.
Like, what?
That's nuts. And goalies don't really wear anything to begin with.
Up gloves, helmet, no chest protector. Insane. Biscuit, you need to go outside, don't you? You need to go for a walk. I might have to take him out.
Hey, do what you got to do. We got Drake Porter coming on here to finish out these games anyway. But Marcus, thanks for coming on. We'll get you on at some point during the PLL season, and we'll talk about how the Archers just have 9 different guys on the field who are all just fucking insane. So enjoy that run. Do you guys have when does training camp start?
Training camp's in 2 weeks. We'll be up in Albany for a week, and then we have the opening game up in Albany June 4th. So.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, go take care of Biscuit.
Yeah, not be not be 3-0 all world team. Try to keep building until the playoffs and put it all together. We definitely have the pieces, man. It's going to be an exciting summer, but I feel like every team is saying that. So it's just about the guys that go out and get it done. So it's going to be a high level of lacrosse. I'm excited. Got some new destinations that we're going to, which is awesome. So it's going to be an awesome summer.
Yeah.
All right. And last thing, get in your Archers group chat, make sure that someone sends Brett Dobson a sign in for ESPN so you can watch these games.
Yeah. I'll Venmo him $5. So
there you go.
So the broke college kid can get on the account. But all right, boys. Sounds good.
Thank you. What up, Drake?
Here he is, the kid. Your newest member of Cannons LC. We've got Crease Dive Instagram intern. What are you wearing there? An LB?
Yeah, Loyola Boyfield. I coached there this past spring,
and we went below 500. So not my best work, but
Well, it's the MIA. It's a tough conference.
competitive, man. It's tough.
Yeah.
We had a younger team. I didn't even know. Like, I signed up. I said yes to do it, and I thought like they were just like, oh yeah, like we're a high school in the area. They're like 5 minutes from my house. I was like, oh, helping out at high school, cool. And I quickly found out the MIA is like incredibly serious. Like,
you didn't know before you signed up for that.
No, I know. Like, I knew it was a big deal, but like even IMG like wasn't as serious as like I showed up. They're like, yeah. Meet the other coaches. Like, oh, here's Matt Dunn, and I was just like, what? Like,
yeah.
So it was pretty wild.
It's wild shit. Those games get packed.
Yeah, we had the Calvert Hall one was nuts. We had so many people there.
Did you guys play at Boys Latin this year, or was that a home game?
Boys Latin came to us. The field for Loyola Blakefield was like really cool because it's like right by the school. Like the windows are in the back and like the old building. I don't know if you've seen it. It's pretty sick.
Loyola Blakefield has a sweet school and a sweet setup. St. Paul's does too.
Yes. I've been shooting with like Deemer and a couple guys and Dunn actually at St. Paul's. It's so cool because I guess Deemer coaches the girls team there. It's sick. All the schools in the area are so nice.
I played at St. Paul's like my junior year.
Oh yeah.
The way they walk out to the field, they walk legitimately like a mile. Like, and you just see them walk for a mile, like just down the road.
We were there during the school day, and I was like, we were shooting, and I was like, damn, like, are there going to be like kids around? Like, how does this work? And then I looked over, and like the fields are a full like 2 miles from the school.
Dude, the way they walk from their locker room, and you just watch them, it was like so intimidating.
Were they good? Did you guys win or lose?
We won, but they were legit. They were really, really good.
That was when they had. Did they have road back then?
Yeah, he actually.
AJ. He was good in college. He was sick.
AJ Barretto went to Army. He was the goalie, and then we shelled him, and then Road went in and kind of kept it close.
Barretto always played well against us in the Dome.
Yes.
We had a good game again. My junior year, we played him, and I was like a fanboy of his growing up, so it was crazy. We both like, not to toot our horns, but we both played pretty well, so it was a pretty wild experience.
Who do you have winning it? Who do you think is going to win it all?
Oh, Maryland. I don't dude, watching them play, it's like they're playing like Rutgers is like murdering Harvard right now. Like, I know the score, it's a 6-goal game, but it doesn't look close to me. And Maryland like made Rutgers look like JV team. So I'm like, I don't know that anyone like, yeah. Like, I don't know who can compete, dude. Like, Johnville is like what, their 5th option on offense, and he was like a 2-time first-team All-American at Cornell.
Yeah,
like, their team is sick.
I mean, you got to think that Notre Dame.
Yeah, next week is going to be – that game's going to be wild.
They botched so hard putting that game in the quarterfinal. Like, I might not watch because that, to me, like, that's the national championship. Like, that's the only team. Maybe Georgetown. Like, haven't really seen them play anyone other than Notre Dame, I guess, who apparently is a bunch of bums. So I don't really know. To me, the national championships is the quarterfinal. So I might just not watch the Final Four.
I was looking this up for Notre Dame. Maryland in the regular season, when they played a team in the tournament, every single tournament game basically in the regular season, they won by an average of 8 goals.
Jeez. Hughes held them to a 4-goal deficit, 14-10. Yeah. People forget.
Notre Dame lost by 2.
I mean,
did they play in the Dome?
Yeah, they played in the Dome. It was early season too.
I mean, they're probably just so thrown off by Gary's suit that they were like, "What the fuck's going on?" And then they realized in the third quarter, they're like, "Oh shit, hold up, we actually have to play."
It was wild too, because like it was the Holy Cross win, and then Matt lost by 4 against a really good team. So everyone was like, "Let's go!" Like, and then like, didn't obviously go great from there. Oh, Drake is an alum. How are you feeling about Cuse? I mean, like, not that we were expecting a down year. I mean, I kind of talked about it. Like, there was a lot that would have had to go right, like, for the season to go well. And I feel like they got, like, some good young guys. It sounds like they're going after the portal pretty hard, too. I was with Gary, like, last week. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I'm hopeful for the future. It's my first time being, like, a super fan of a team. And it's amazing, like, the spin zones, like, how quickly they – like, as soon as they weren't tournament eligible, I was like, oh, this whole year was a wash anyways. Like, we got split. So, like –
it's a Mickey Mouse tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's all, like – until the COVID fifth-year transfers are out, I don't really count any national championships.
we'll figure it out then. Like we got real recruits. We're doing it the right way. Maryland can enjoy their like free championship.
You guys just got Simmons.
I mean, yeah,
Well,
he counts.
he doesn't count.
He's the only 50 that doesn't count.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, dude, it's brutal. Like, I felt like too, like with Syracuse, what's tough with the fifth years, and I'm sure we'll get guys, but like, you know, a smarter guy, like, okay, like I can get a 1-year MBA from Duke, or I could ship it to Cuse when we don't really like. We can give you an MBA, but it ain't a Duke MBA and it ain't a Notre Dame MBA. So we're like in this tough spot because those are our direct competitors to like get guys in our conference, and they're like they can offer these sick business degrees. And we're just
maybe
hey, like,
you can go to Newhouse.
Casting? Like, do you like journalism and writing?
Yeah.
And like, no good lacrosse player wants to do that. So,
here's a question: what number is Tucker gonna wear at Georgetown?
I don't know where he's going. I can't confirm anything, but hopefully he gets 23. I think isn't McElroy 23 or is he 21?
23,
I don't know.
I think.
Be cool. I mean, I'll be rooting for him. I don't know. I haven't really talked to him since it all went down. The only thing I texted him, I was like, dude, like, don't count Mercer out. Like, be good. He'd get to stay in Orange. Dukes, do you live with Lil Sasquatch?
Yeah, they're right in their rooms.
Dude, I gotta ask, the video, the draft video.
Yeah.
What were you thinking? I promise. Oh, is he gone? I promised my brother I'd ask you. Why did you say, "How are you gonna pay rent"? Like,
Dude, I meant like, how are you gonna pay? So like, if you get drafted, like, how are you gonna pay rent for 2 apartments?
What?
I don't know. We just like we're going off the riff. I didn't think anything of it. Dude, some people like it was
good reviews because I rewatched it like 4 times trying to figure out if that's like what you were. I was like, what did he just say?
Dude, some people were like, it wasn't funny and it wasn't supposed to be funny. It was just like I was just trying to respond. And some people were like, you guys are so stupid, you don't get the joke. Like it just flew over your head. I was like, there was no joke. There was no joke.
I was like so curious why you said that.
Dude, I was getting shit on by my friends. It was so funny. Let me see this
The
comment.
joke is that there is no joke.
Yeah.
And if you don't get it.
Dude, people were like, you guys are so fucking stupid, you don't understand it. I was like, what are you guys talking about?
I mean, there are layers and depths to Duke's humor. Isn't Cuse just bringing O guys to and they lost Kennedy, so they're D?
We'll see because there's going to be potentially an Army transfer. Billy Dwan's coming in on defense. Another kid who's supposed to be really good. I mean, I coach Billy Dwan. The kid is sick. They're supposed to be they might be getting that Army transfer on D. Supposed to be getting a couple more guys.
He's legit.
Another LSM's got some time. I mean,
can you trust a guy who goes AWOL though?
Pardon?
I mean, can you trust a guy though who leaves the Army?
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know what the deal is. Like if you could just leave the Army, like so I don't know how he got out of that or like whether you. I mean, at this point, like I don't. If you're dishonorably discharged, like figure it out. Like you can still come. We're not gonna say no. I heard we might be getting. I mean, I don't know if I should talk about it, but like ideally, I heard the Owen Grant kid's going in the portal, so we're probably gonna go after him, the kid from Delaware.
Really?
The Canadian.
Yeah, he's gonna be a first-round pick.
I mean, with Gary too, I feel like we're gonna be able to pick up a lot of Canadians. Before Hiltz, I was the only Canadian on the roster when I was in Syracuse. I'm a goalie, so like I didn't really understand how that ever like made sense. We're 2 hours from the border, so hopefully we'll pick up more of those guys along the way. Because he even like when he's coaching Canada stuff too, like it's such an easy like in to be able to like say what's up. So,
Lax Factor said he skipped the water, but convinced his wife to drive him to get takeout. Lax Factor's kind of crunk.
Lax Factor's having a Sunday.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's not having a Sunday is the Harvard Crimson. They are getting doubled up now by Ross Scott and Scarlet. Petro
needs to get his kids to Cuse.
Yeah, dude, that would be nice.
Where's he going?
He's going to UNC. Dude, he's sick. He went off against us. He was like, it was like unbelievable how talented.
We're Petro to UNC.
Oh,
Petro.
Or Big Daddy Petro.
I don't know, brother. That's above my pay grade. They don't tell the alumni that in our YouTube updates we get. It's more just Yeah, I still haven't gotten my framed jersey, so I'm definitely not getting any alumni update like that anytime soon.
You need to get on the alumni Patreon.
Dude, I think they like have one. I'm like, man, like I'm still trying to pay rent, and you're hitting me up about like a donation.
How do you think? What did you think about my goalie challenge rules?
I watched the original Stool Presidente one back in the day, Big Daddy Portnoy when he played field goalie.
Yeah.
I think they were all using the warps, right?
Yeah.
And they counted misses as saves, and I didn't like it then. And I tweeted about it that you shouldn't count misses as saves, and then you did it anyways.
Well, no, I didn't count them as saves.
Did you not?
No, they weren't saves.
You didn't count them as
Lights
saves.
count as saves?
No, it wasn't a save. It was just a miss.
Oh, but it's still like counted.
But so his shooting percent, he was still 4 for 10, which like I guess his shooting percentage technically was 4 for 10, but like still.
I thought you looked good though, man. You looked good. You looked fresh. Up high, you looked good.
Well,
you guys. You got frozen up a little bit.
I mean, if you listened to my strategy going into it, I said he's not going to go low. So now
I didn't like that he went low because I.
So now I think that people are going to go low on me. So now I'm not going to go all over the place.
How long was your warm up? Did you get a nice warm up?
3 shots.
I mean, that's the problem.
That's all you need.
Dude, I was like, I'm going to get shelled. I was like, I don't think a warm up's going to save me at this point. I haven't seen a shot in 6 years.
That's always what goes first. Like if I haven't, nice stop. If I haven't seen like shots in a while, like I always end up like low. Like I'm fine high. Like I can just play again. But like if I take a month or two off, like in the summer, and then I go back in net, it's like every low shot goes in. So I need to like revamp. Like that's always the toughest part.
I forgot how low I had to go. I also forgot how to step.
Down, dude. It's also like you're like if you haven't seen shots in a while and you go and you take the low shots, you get like very sore, and it makes you feel like very unathletic the next day.
I was always fine low off stick, but like anything at my feet, I just didn't know what to do.
Stick side low is like low key the hardest spot to save. We always me and Adler were joking about that last summer.
Yeah, it feels.
Are you warming up your goalies at LB?
Our season's over, but yeah, I was primarily the goalie coach, so I would warm up the keeps. I do the middle school stuff with Goalie Smith, so I shoot like an hour and a half like every day on middle school goalies. I do it at ECD, so we get the targets up. So if I like hit a corner, like it's like a big slap, and like I don't get to like celebrate because obviously I'm shooting on like 8th graders, and it's
the rest of the crew will be like, "Ooh, all right, coach."
Yeah, the kids will all be like, "Yo!" I get like a little subtle fist bump. It's a good feeling, dude. My shot has gotten. I'm like getting thousands of reps a week. Like my shot's like nice right now.
Goalies shoot. I remember when we used to do I used to practice with older kids goalies who get shot on. Goalies shoot fast. I don't know why. I think it's like the heavy sticks.
It would be the most annoying thing in the world. So Austin Cal, currently backing up for Blaze with the Chaos, played at Springfield, went to Penn State. But he would always show up for our summer league games and just refuse to get in net, which like makes sense. It's like he's tired of seeing shots during the spring season, but would refuse to get in net for summer games, which sucks because like that was always like our biggest thing why we could beat teams is because we have an All-American goalie. But would play attack and just post up and just rip just lefty lasers, and it would just be so annoying that he'd come up, play attack for like a few Tuesdays every summer, and have a shot that's like got a solid, a comfortable like 18 miles an hour on me.
I can't shoot it hard, but I actually can. I've got a nice little twister, and I know how to because I've shot on so many goalies, and I know how to kind of throw some leaners and stuff. I can confidently say I think I could go 4 for 10 on anyone. I've popped because I'll hop in some of the shooting drills sometimes at our camps. It'll get college goalies. I can score. So but I have no power whatsoever. I'm very weak. Doesn't help. I haven't lifted a weight since I graduated, so it's been all body weight. So I think I've lost a little bit of the strength.
I mean, I think what we could do is there a rule on how many goalie sticks you're allowed to have in a game? Like how you're only allowed to have 4 goals? Okay. Well, either way, what if I'm just spitballing here, but the Cannons, if they need a man up play and just they throw you in on the crease, and then you can have your goalie stick that like you'll just give whoever, like you'll send someone else in on net with a player stick. You go in on the crease with your goalie stick. You'll be able to catch it inside, and then just twister.
Yeah, twisters. Well, dude, did you know Blaze like played on the man up when he was in college?
Yeah.
Yeah. So him and
Well,
Queener.
yeah. I was gonna say Queener was the.
I was always like trying to shoot. I knew when our coaches would walk through, like they had the same schedule, like they'd walk through the facility where we have the practice net set up. And I would go out and I would be shooting like during that time, like trying to like prove myself to them.
Yeah.
I'd always bring up like, coach, like man up, like Blaze did it, like something to think about, and like just not even like for a half second did they consider it.
Well, wouldn't Queener too? He'd have his stick, and then I think he would have one elbow pad waiting for him in the box. So then during man up, he could just run up and just slip on like that shooting arm
on too. So there were some pretty funny pictures. Dude, my favorite was at Syracuse, like at IMG, and then my first high school. I'm not that I'm fast, but I would like run a lot. Like it was just like a standard thing for me to like run up the field and like go to like try to make a play. My first practice at Syracuse, we're doing like a clear, and I didn't see anything, so I ran over half to like go like make a pass, and they freaked out. Like they were just like, "We do not do that here," and I was just like, "Oh, okay." Like sounds good. Never did it again. And then I think the freshman after me, Nate McPeak, did it too, and they were like, again, like, "No, you're not doing that here." So we were not that type of program.
I would always run past midfield. I would get like so many assists.
I mean, like my junior year of high school, to give you an idea, we didn't have what's it called? Like our poles and defenders were all just hockey players, and none of them like had ever cradled before. They were just athletes. So we were like, just don't let that guy run by you, and they would hold a pole. So we had a rule on the clear that I wasn't allowed to throw to any long sticks. So I would either have to drop a bomb to a midfielder and attackman who were like running routes for me, or just run the field. So it was like I got so much better with my stick and like my athleticism in one season because I just had no choice. Like I was just running around like a chicken with my head cut off, like trying to get the ball up the field.
That's so funny.
Oh man, these games were very disappointing today.
Yeah, it's almost.
I mean, Maryland, Vermont, that was to be expected, but
this is like the worst tournament setup I've ever seen. Like I've never seen like this is like insane. I was watching the selection show, and I know like this isn't a hot take. Everyone said it sucked, but like I genuinely could not believe. Like I thought that there was like an error with the TV. Like they messed up. Like like the Oscars when they put like the wrong name on the card. Like that's what I thought was happening. I was like, there's no way that you're putting Harvard and Ohio State in over Duke and Notre Dame. Like it just made no sense to me.
Well, that's why Donna gets paid the big bucks. She just knows better.
Dude, like watch this game.
Harvard and Ohio State really showing out today.
Harvard games this year. I watched Harvard play multiple times, and every time I was like, "Oh, this team is good." Like, and then they got it. I was like, "What?"
This is nuts. This was a bad week one.
I mean, I thought the Penn Yale game yesterday was good. Today was bad. I thought Penn Yale was good. I thought. I loved watching UVA murder Brown. That was fun.
Are you rooting for Virginia?
Yeah, ACC, God Conference family. I love the ACC. I feel like we kind of adopted it. Like last year when we were like the ACC, like people were talking about it as a super conference. We were like struggling and like in conference, and we were like, oh, it's a super conference. Like so that we started like my grades kind of started picking up, and then last year when we lost in the first round, we just started rooting for all the other ACC teams. Like we were sending like memes to each other of like Rob Lowe and like the NFL hat, but like switched out for the ACC. And we were like, UVA won the tournament. We were like, yep, super conference. Like, what are we supposed? And we beat that team twice. So, like, what are we supposed to do? God's conference.
You beat them twice.
Should we end it?
Yeah, I mean, this is over. Donna.
Yeah.
If you're listening to this right now, Donna, the people were expecting a great. Wow, I can't even talk. I'm so just distraught about this weekend. people were expecting a great live stream today, and I think that they mostly got it. But between Donna fucking up the weather and Ithaca and fucking look at this dude going tarps off. Dude's pretty jacked. He's got the tall boy of Bud Light too. That's a new profile. That's a new profile picture for my man right there. But yeah, I mean Donna fucking up the weather in Ithaca, and then just giving us 2 dog shit games here with Rutgers steamrolling Harvard and Cornell steamrolling Ohio State. I hope you're happy with yourself, Donna. Drake, you heading up to training camp in a couple weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks. Been kind of shooting with random dudes around Maryland, wherever I can get. So getting excited for it, getting myself prepped, and yeah, pretty pumped up. I mean, the first time playing like official lacrosse other than the Canada stuff since college last year. So excited to be playing again. It's fun.
All right. Well, best of luck.
Good luck
moving forward.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah, and give me the password back on the Instagram account, by the way.
What?
Just so I can start posting some shit.
What? You don't have the password?
No.
I thought you ran it. Oh.
I think mostly Shitta was running the account, and then maybe Dukes.
Didn't you give me the password to get in?
I might have given you like multiple ones. I think I gave you like a list of 3.
Wait, do you post on the Instagram on Fridays?
I don't post on the Instagram.
Who posts on the Instagram then?
I haven't been posting on the Instagram. Like
I was fucking with you. I got it.
Oh my god.
Oh my dude, I was so confused. I get on
Drake.
Twitter sometimes.
But no, seriously, like I mean, I don't know. Obviously, like you'll probably be like pretty locked in on the goalie battle, but feel free to post any shit you want during training camp.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll be tweeting inside info from the training camp bubble there. I'll be getting everything.
It's nice we have someone on the inside now.
Yep.
Giving you guys updates.
Make sure no one bites any fingers off.
Are you guys going to be at any PLO games this summer, you think?
Yeah, I'm going to the Long Island one. For sure.
I'll definitely be championship in Philly. We'll see if I make it to any regular season games.
Yeah.
I mean, a Long Island trip wouldn't be bad. Maybe I could do a little goalie challenge on Dukes.
I know, we got to do one. I'm doing one with Ocello, maybe.
Oh, that'll be a good one.
Boston All-Star Weekend, potentially.
You need some coaching.
We could do a coaching video. That'll be funny.
You could get down.
Give me a goalie Smith. Yeah, goalie Smith. Yeah, that'd be funny as fuck, actually.
That'd be pretty good. I'll talk to my bosses. I'll see if we can make it happen.
Yeah, that'd be funny as fuck, actually.
Put you through a whole workout.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so real quickly before we head out of here, anyone who tuned in to the live stream, thank you for hopping on with us. Thanks for fighting through the weather delays with us. If you guys enjoyed this, we'll run it back for the quarterfinals, which is also known as the national championship game with Maryland and Virginia. Make sure that you are subscribing to us on YouTube. Make sure you're following us on Twitter and Instagram. We're at the Crease Dive. And until the meantime, we'll be keeping it low to high to the day we die. Good work today, boys. We out.
Peace.